potential by looking at our sustainable future.
UN Resident Coordinator, Ms. McClooney, UNDP Resident Representative, Ms. Kašparikova, President of the Chamber of Economy, Mr. Golubovic, Deputy Mayor of Podgorica, Ms. Vujačić, Your Excellencies, representatives of the media, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Green Days 2019 International Conference. I am Radica Zejković from UNDP Country Office, and it's an honor for me to greet you all, and for the organizers, the Government of Montenegro, the Chamber of Economy, and the United Nations Development Program to be the hosts to such a distinguished gathering of the government and industry leaders here in Podgorica.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, a warm welcome from my side as well. I am Vlatko Otašević from United Nations Office in Montenegro, and it gives me a great pleasure to thank you all on behalf of organizers for joining us today in an effort to unlock together the green growth potentials of Montenegro. For more than 20 years now, the world continues to face a twin challenge, expanding economic opportunities for all, but also addressing environmental pressures that, if left unaddressed, could undermine our ability to seize those opportunities. Green growth is exactly where these two challenges meet. Our aim today and tomorrow is to identify promising areas in which green growth objectives could be achieved, but also to map policies, regulations, technology transfer, financing, and new market opportunities that could help us integrate economic and environmental policies into the economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start.
Green Days 2019 International Conference.
I am pleased to announce our first opening address speakers for the 2019 Green Days International Conference, Mr. Milutin Simovic, Deputy Prime Minister of Montenegro for Economic Policy and Financial System. I would kindly ask Mr. Simovic to greet you. Izvolite.
Hvala. Uvažena pomoćnice generalnog sekretara Ujedinjenih nacija, gospođo Špoljarić-Eger. Uvažena gospođo Kluni, gospođo Kašparikova, poštovani gospodine Henli, poštovani predsjedniče Privredne komore, poštovana gospođo Vujačić, poštovane ekscelencije, dame i gospodo. Veliko mi je zadovoljstvo obratiti vam se na otvaranju konferencije Zeleni dani 2019. Ostvarenje potencijala za zeleni rast, koju je Kancelarija programa Ujedinjenih nacija za razvoj u Crnoj Gori organizovala u partnerstvu sa Vladom Crne Gore i Privrednom komorom. Ovom konferencijom dajemo doprinos Svjetskom danu zaštite životne sredine i aktivnostima koje će se ovih dana organizovati širom planete, u cilju daljeg podizanja svijesti o potrebi odgovornijeg ponašanja prema životnoj sredini. Dozvolite mi da na samom početku čestitam i zahvalim Kancelariji UNDP-a i organizacionom odboru konferencije na uloženom trudu u prethodnim mjesecima, kreiranju kvalitetnog programa i odabiru tema na koje će govoriti eminentni stručnjaci i svijeta održivog razvoja, ekonomije, politike, nauke, bankarstva, privrede, medija, nevladinog sektora. Zahvaljujem svim učesnicima i panelistima na doprinosu i spremnosti da sa nama podijele svoje razmišljanja, iskustva, vizije i ideje o jednom od najvažnijih pitanja 21. vijeka, zelenom rastu. Govorit ćemo o klimatskim promjenama i mobilnosti, posticanju inovacija za zeleni rast, kružnoj, odnosno cirkularnoj ekonomiji, resursnoj efikasnosti i biznisu i finansiranju zelenog rasta. Zelenog rasta koji podrazumijeva posticanje ekonomskog rasta i razvoja uz istovremeno osiguranje obnavljanja prirodnih resursa koji su nam itekako potrebni. Ohrabren sam činjenicom da je riječ koja se najčešće ponavlja upravo rast. Moramo da rastemo i to moramo da rastemo održivo i zeleno. Ponovit ću i danas. Crna Gora obaveze koje preuzima u međunarodnim organizacijama i asocijacijama doživljava kao naš doprinos koji želimo i moramo dati za našu zajedničku kuću, bezbjednu, sigurnu, održivu, zdravu i zelenu planetu Zemlju. Ovdje naglašavam da sve to moramo raditi uz svakodnevno inoviranje formule koja će nam obezbijediti neophodni održivi rast i razvoj, uvećanje životnog standarda i ukupnog prosperiteta svih naših građana. U ekonomskoj teoriji razvijale su se različite škole i pravci i postoje brojne definicije ekonomije. U tim definicijama ključne riječi su upravljanje, korišćenje, valorizacija, ali kada se govori o prirodnim resursima, ekonomiji i rastu, ne pominje se riječ konzervacija. Zato su važne konferencije ove vrste, jer nam one pomažu da do kraja ispravno razumijemo suštinu održivog razvoja i u otvorenom i partnerskom promišljanju dođemo do alata koji će nam pomoći da dostignemo ciljeve upravo takvog razvoja. Konferencija se održava u godini u kojoj smo u pregovorima sa Europskom unijom otvorili poglavlje 27, životna sredina i klimatske promjene. To je važan događaj za našu državu iz više uglova, ali vjerujem važan i za europski zeleni kalendar. Održivi razvoj i održivo upravljanje značajnim prirodnim potencijalima kojima raspolaže Crna Gora u oblastima turizma, energetike i poljoprivrede za nas predstavljaju strateške odrednice i odgovornost prema sadašnjim, ali i prema budućim generacijama. Nesporne su potrebe i očuvanja i valorizacije prirodnih resursa, kao i njihova neraskidiva veza sa održivim razvojem, pogotovo što održivi razvoj akcenat, pored očuvanja životne sredine, stavlja i na ekonomske i socijalne aspekte i potrebe svakog društva. Takav pristup neophodan je na svim nivoima odlučivanja i postupanja, i u javnom i u privatnom sektoru. Zbog toga je održiva valorizacija prirodnih potencijala u cilju ostvarivanja ekonomskog rasta nesporna potreba svih zemalja, a posebno zemalja u razvoju. Potreba i istovremeno osnov za dostizanje ostalih brojnih ciljeva održivog razvoja, tehnološkog napretka, odgovorne i proizvodnje i potrošnje, održive infrastrukture, naučno-istraživačkog rada i inovacija, kvalitetnog obrazovanja i zdravstva, rodne ravnopravnosti, kvalitetnog vodosnabdijevanja i sanitarnih uslova, smanjenja nejednakosti iskorjenjavanja siromaštva i konačno snažnih institucija. Polazeći od osnovnih postulata zelene ekonomije, a na osnovu karakteristika crnogorske ekonomije i prirodnih potencijala, identifikovali smo oblasti koje su posebno značajan predmet naše pažnje. To su istraživanje i razvoj, obnovljivi izvori energije, poljoprivreda i ruralni razvoj, socijalna sigurnost, razvoj sveukupnih kapaciteta. Za svaku od oblasti definisani su ciljevi, mjere, aktivnosti i budžeti potrebni za njihovo ostvarenje. Ne bavimo se samo teorijom i nemamo birokratski pristup. Radimo i postižemo konkretne rezultate. Podsjetit ću ovom prilikom na jedan od najnovijih rezultata. Crna Gora je od 24. maja do 2. juna 2019. godine prvi put proizvela dovoljno energije iz obnovljivih izvora za zadovoljenje svih potreba, čime se naša zemlja pridružila malom broju država koje su iz domaćih obnovljivih izvora energije proizveli svu potrebnu energiju. Ovaj primjer pokazuje da naši napori u dostizanju zajedničkih usvojenih međunarodnih ciljeva daju konkretne rezultate. Također, brojni su konkretni rezultati i u oblastima turizma, poljoprivrede, šumarstva, vodoprivrede i u mnogim drugim. I ovom prilikom želim da iskažem punu otvorenost Crne Gore za partnerstvo na svim projektima koji vode ostvarenju svih definisanih ciljeva održivog razvoja i u skladu sa 17. globalnim ciljem učvršćivanje globalnog partnerstva za održivi razvoj, uputim poziv UNDP-u za dalje unapređenje partnerske saradnje na konkretnim projektima. Dame i gospodo, očekujemo puno od ove važne konferencije. Sjutra, nakon dvodnevnog intenzivnog rada, donijet ćete i određene zaključke. Vjerujemo da će ti zaključci biti konkretni, biti poziv na akciju, kao što je poziv na akciju programa Ujedinjenih nacija za zaštitu životne sredine. Očekujemo da ti zaključci budu usmjeravajući za donosioce odluka i kreatore politika i da budu stimulativni za ostvarivanje održivog razvoja. Ne smijemo više imati samo zelene dane. Moramo imati zeleni i prosperitetni život. Očuvanje životne sredine zadatak je za sve institucije i za svakog pojedinca i svi mogu svakodnevno dati svoj doprinos. U okviru obilježavanja Svjetskog dana zaštite životne sredine, Vlada Crne Gore i Ministarstvo održivog razvoja i turizma u saradnji sa zajednicom opština Crne Gore u petak u 20 opština širom Crne Gore organizovali su akcije sadnje drveća i čišćenja i uređenja prostora. Poslije više nedelja kiše, u petak se očekuje lijepo vrijeme. Tako da smo ovaj datum za vraćanje duga prirodi uskladili s prirodom. Hvala vam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simovic, Deputy Prime Minister for Economic Policy and Financial System. As the next opening speaker of the 2019 Green Days Conference, I have the honor to invite Ms. Daniela Gašparikova, UNDP Resident Representative to Montenegro. Please.
Dear Deputy Prime Minister Simovic, Assistant Secretary General Mrs. Spoljarić-Egger, Resident Coordinator Madame Clooney, President of the Chamber of Commerce Mr. Golubovic, distinguished and dear guests, partners, participants. It's a great honor for me to be hosting this event on behalf of the United Nations Development Programme and together with our distinguished partners, Government of Montenegro and the Chamber of Commerce in Montenegro. I'm very pleased to be here today, and I take the full hall as a reconfirmation of the Montenegro's commitment, but also commitment of the whole region to sustainable development and the green economy. There is no doubt that economic growth has brought better living standards to Montenegro and its citizens. However, many will agree that the benefit of this economic growth haven't been distributed equally, and still today, nearly 1/4 of the citizens in Montenegro remain to be at the risk of sliding back to poverty and losing the development benefits that they have gained over the last decade. The growth has also happened at the expense of the environment and the damage which has often been unaccounted for in monetary terms. It's a great news to hear that we have all heard over the last few days that for the first time Montenegro has produced solely its energy needs from the renewable sources. But for example, while air pollution is often associated with the countries with much larger industrial base and the megacities, you may be curious to know that even Montenegro have experienced in the period between 2013 and 16 more than 100 days in a year, the quality which is not within the established standards by the international organizations. And it's only with the recent research that we are starting to understand the impacts of the bad air quality on the health of people, on our mental ability, and on our daily productivity. And the cost of the loss of all these are still to be determined in going forward. Taken globally, decades of prevailing resource-intensive economic trajectories have left us with the planet which is ceasing to be able to cope with the development. And this has impacts and puts the demand not only on the air, but also water, forest, and land. Too often, the bill of the well-being of the current generations is being passed on to the next, and in many countries around the world, to those who still remain the poor today and whose livelihoods are intimately and most directly dependent on the natural ecosystems and the benefits that they provide. However, with the striking and undeniable impacts of the climate change on our lives, recent technological transformation, and unequivocal demand from the young generations and new emerging consumers, I remain optimistic that the future is likely to make a break with the past. This will have implications on how we confront challenges faced today through our policy and legal environments, how we run businesses, how we behave on the day-to-day basis, and how we make choices and decisions as consumers, but also as investors. I trust that over the next 2 days, through the dialogue that we will have among ourselves, we will shape our understanding on how to produce most with less, and how that will affect Montenegro and more broadly the region to which it belongs in terms of its competitiveness, in terms of its human capital, production base, labor market, and attracting investments. At the same time, I would like you to ponder for a bit about the opportunities that the EU integration presents to Montenegro and countries in the regions. both in terms of the structural changes the accession negotiations and its process can bring, in terms of the transformation of the societies and economies. If all of these changes and the new standards are truly not only introduced, but enforced and implemented. One of the key objectives of the United Nations Development Programme is to provide support to green transformation of Montenegro's economy so that it happens in a timely, predictable, and controlled manner. I'm very proud that together with partners we have demonstrated how innovative solutions can lead to introduction of alternative transport means, for example, by introducing the public boats fully powered by the solar panels, and thus reducing the carbon footprint of the rapidly growing tourism sector. I also welcome the recent establishment of the government of Montenegro of its eco-fund as a means for raising the additional domestic resources to reduce the carbon footprint of the economic activities in the country. I take today's event as a point of the departure for taking the Montenegro's commitment to sustainable development and green economy to the next phase. Our dialogue needs to inform and inspire bold action and reform in crucial sectors of the economy at the rate of speed which is going to be much faster than has been the case thus far. We should keep one thing in mind, I believe, as we go through these days, but also beyond, in the next weeks, months, and years. Our children will never forgive us if we don't take action, not tomorrow, but from this moment, today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kasparikova, UNDP resident representative to Montenegro. I would now kindly ask Mr. Vlastimir Golubovic, President of the Chamber of Economy of Montenegro, to join us on stage. Izvolite.
Poštovani potpredsjedniče Vlade, gospodine Simoviću, poštovana gospođo Špoljarić-Eger sa saradnicima, uvažena gospođo Vujačić, učesnici konferencije, predstavnici medija, dame i gospodo. Čast mi je da vas pozdravim u ime Privredne komore i poželim dobrodošlicu na konferenciju Zeleni dani 2019. Imajući u vidu značaj i ozbiljnost tema o kojima će govoriti istaknuti stručnjaci, kreatori politika, akademici i poslovni lideri, vjerujem da ćete u naredna 2 dana razmijeniti iskustvo i najbolje prakse, ideje i stavove. Kao asocijacija bogate tradicije, Privredna komora baštini osnovnu ideju oko koje su se okupili njeni osnivači, a to je ekonomski i sveukupni razvoj države Crne Gore. Komora, kao zastupnik privrede, promoviše njene osnovne vrijednosti, kao što su etičko ponašanje i podizanje svijesti o potrebi očuvanja prirodnih resursa, zaštiti životne sredine, društvenoj odgovornosti i dostizanju ciljeva održivog razvoja. Pristupanje Evropskoj uniji zahtijeva usklađivanje sa njenom pravnom tekovinom, što nameće potrebu izmjene propisa koji u većem dijelu uređuju poslovanje privrede. Pred Crnom Gorom, kao budućom članicom Evropske unije, velike su i finansijski izuzetno zahtjevne obaveze na području zaštite životne sredine. Donošenjem deklaracije o ekološkoj državi, sada već davne 1991. godine, Crna Gora je prema prirodi uspostavila državni odnos, svjesna da je zbog ugrožavanja prirode, zaštita identiteta prostora na kome živimo i radimo postao nacionalni interes. Kako tada, tako i danas zaštita životne sredine predstavlja aktuelnu temu, pa poglavlje 27 predstavlja jedno od najkompleksnijih i najzahtjevnijih u pregovaračkom procesu. Privredna komora je prepoznala ove izazove i još 2009. godine formirala koordinacioni odbor koji na organizovan, djelotvoran i efikasan način tretira pitanja koja se odnose na oblast energetske efikasnosti i zaštite životne sredine. Pored privrednika, u radu ovog odbora učestvuju predstavnici vladinog i civilnog sektora, akademske zajednice i raznih institucija koje se bave ovom tematikom. Pored redovnih aktivnosti, važno je istaći i učešće Privredne komore u realizaciji brojnih projekata koji imaju cilj jačanja konkurentnosti privatnog sektora, modernizaciju i usvajanje novih tehnologija. Sve ove projekte povezuje zajednički cilj, efikasnija upotreba resursa. Jedan od takvih projekata je i razvoj niskokarbonskog turizma u Crnoj Gori, koji je realizovan u saradnji sa UNDP-om i Ministarstvom održivog razvoja i turizma. Cilj projekta je da doprinese smanjenju emisija gasova sa efektom staklene bašte, prvenstveno ugljen dioksida u sektoru turizma. Vrijednost ovog projekta, koji je finansirao Globalni fond za životnu sredinu, je 750.000 eura. Privredna društva koja su učestvovala u projektu dobila su 380.000 eura bespovratnih sredstava za realizaciju investicionih projekata koji mjerljivo doprinose smanjenju nivoa emisije ugljen dioksida. Crna Gora je još uvijek u inicijalnoj fazi razvoja zelene ekonomije. Imajući u vidu njena prirodna bogatstva i opšte pravce razvoja crnogorske privrede, čini se da je transformacija ka zelenim alternativama najbolji način za postizanje dugoročne održivosti. Zelena ekonomija u posljednjih 10 godina postaje bitna funkcija modernog i društveno odgovornog poslovanja. Prepoznajući značaj ostvarivanja balansa između ekonomskog i ekološkog razvoja i sa njim vezanim privrednim rastom, neophodno je podsticanje ozelenjavanja glavnih sektora ekonomije, naglašavajući značaj novih zelenih poslovnih modela kroz zelenu gradnju, održivu poljoprivredu, energetsku efikasnost i upravljanje zemljištem i vodama. Zelene tehnologije i resursa efikasnost svakako su jedan od ključnih elemenata za kreiranje zelene privrede koja ekonomski rast vidi kroz zaštitu životne sredine. Partnerstvo i umrežavanje osnovni su koraci u tom pravcu, pa upravo ovakve konferencije otvaraju nove prostore za saradnju. Ovim temama i sa njima vezanim projektima komora će se baviti i u buduće, nastojeći da na taj način, kroz zadatak koji joj pripada, da adekvatan doprinos ispunjenju ciljeva održivog razvoja. U narednom periodu moramo raditi na podizanju svijesti privrede o zaštiti životne sredine korišćenjem lokalnih resursa, znanja i iskustava. Još jednom želim vam uspješan rad u nadi da ćemo nakon ove konferencije steći nova iskustva i znanja, ali i ojačati saradnju između institucija. Hvala na pažnji.
Thank you very much, Mr. Golubović, President of the Chamber of Economy of Montenegro. Now I would kindly ask Ms. Slađana Vujačić, Deputy Mayor of Podgorica, to greet you all on behalf of our host city today, please.
Uvaženi potpredsjedniče Vlade, gospodine Simović, gospođo Gašparikova, uvažena gospođo Eger, gospodine Golubović, vaše ekscelencije, učesnici konferencije, dame i gospodo. Izuzetna mi je čast i zadovoljstvo da sam danas sa vama i dozvolite mi na samom početku da vas pozdravim u ime Gradske uprave glavnog grada i u lično ime. Podgorica, kao glavni grad Crne Gore, nastoji da bude prepoznata kao pozitivan primjer u oblasti zaštite životne sredine i energetske efikasnosti, odnosno postizanja što većeg stepena sinergije i saradnje sa svim lokalnim samoupravama u cilju efikasnije implementacije globalnih zahtjeva i politika. Svjesni smo da je Podgorica kao urbani sistem koji se kontinuirano razvija podložan različitim uticajima klimatskih promjena, što zahtijeva odgovorno djelovanje u smislu integracije mjera ublažavanja i adaptacije u razvojne i upravljačke planove grada. Mi u glavnom gradu smatramo da je pored legislativom definisanih obaveza i procedura neophodno stvoriti preduslove za sprovođenje standarda u širem kontekstu, što je i prepoznato međunarodnim strateškim dokumentima, te inkorporiranjem njihovih postulata u naš strateški okvir. 2017. godine usvojen je lokalni akcioni plan za održivi razvoj glavnog grada, koji se zasniva na nacionalnoj strategiji održivog razvoja, odnosno agendi Ujedinjenih nacija za održivi razvoj do 2030. godine. Također, donešen je i akt o proglašenju dijela kanjona Cijevne za park prirode, a u ranijem periodu dio masiva Komova na teritoriji glavnog grada proglašen je također zaštićenim prirodnim dobrom. Ono što smo također najskorije uradili jeste da smo potpisali inicijativu za očuvanje rijeke Donje Zete. S obzirom da su neki od ovih lokaliteta prepoznati kao emerald područja, to opisane aktivnosti doprinosi ispunjavanju obaveza iz poglavlja 27 u smislu budućeg formiranja mreže nacionalno zaštićenih područja, a što je jedan i od preduslova pridruživanja Evropskoj uniji. Također, donijeli smo i akcioni plan za biodiverzitet glavnog grada, kojim su, pored ostalog, obrađeni podaci o prirodnim vrijednostima na teritoriji glavnog grada, kao i mjeri aktivnosti koje treba preduzeti u cilju zaštite ovog segmenta životne sredine. Usvojili smo i program poboljšanja energetske efikasnosti za period od 2018. do 2020. godine sa godišnjim planom sprovođenja. Donošenjem programa napravljen je okvir za uspostavljanje sistema integralnog energetskog menadžmenta u glavnom gradu. Takav vid strateškog planiranja omogućava postizanje efikasnosti u potrošnji energije, a samim tim smanjenje operativnih troškova. Nedavno je potpisano mandatno pismo sa Evropskom bankom za obnovu i razvoj, kojim smo ušli u projekat kojim ćemo dobiti kvalitetnu projektnu dokumentaciju za popravljanje i energetsku efikasnost 20 zgrada koje se nalaze u vlasništvu glavnog grada. Također, potpisan je ugovor o uvođenju LED tehnologije i javne rasvjete, čijom primjenom ćemo dobiti efikasnije cijelonoćno osvjetljenje i tim mjerama uštedjeti preko 80% električne energije iz kojih sredstava ćemo isplatiti ovu investiciju. Ovo je potpuno novi inovativni model koji je razvio glavni grad prije 2 godine na forumu održivosti u Beču. Taj podgorički model tada je predložen i drugim lokalnim upravama u Evropi kao model na koji se treba ugledati. Trenutno radimo na projektu rekonstrukcije za fazu 2 LED rasvjete, što podrazumijeva mogućnost da će Podgorica u narednim godinama postati, ako ne prvi, onda među prvim gradovima u Evropi koji će u potpunosti uvesti LED tehnologiju u sistem javne rasvjete u glavnom gradu. Zatim, izgradnja novog postrojenja za prečišćavanje otpadnih voda na teritoriji glavnog grada je definitivno najveći projekat na kojem grad trenutno radi i mi već intenzivno uspostavljamo primarnu i sekundarnu kanalizacijonu mrežu, što će upotrebu septičkih jama na teritoriji grada svesti na najmanju moguću mjeru. Iskoristit ću priliku da podsjetim da je grad prepoznao potrebu da unaprijedi sektor saobraćaja, da odgovori na izazove i primjeni opšte prihvaćene standarde održivog transporta. Grad je usmjerio svoje djelovanje na povećanje nivoa alternativnih vidova saobraćaja, unapređenje postojeće infrastrukture, uvođenjem efikasnijih saobraćajnih rješenja. Povećanje stepena bezbjednosti svih učesnika je također i važna komponenta ovog sistema. Naravno, poseban akcenat je stavljen na edukaciju, promociju i jačanje svijesti šire javnosti. Podgorica je dobila tehničku i finansijsku podršku za izradu plana održive mobilnosti, jer ćemo na principima zaštite životne sredine, ekonomske isplativosti i energetske efikasnosti u sektoru transporta nastaviti intenzivno da radimo na zadovoljavanju potreba građana Podgorice za organizovanom mobilnošću, a samim tim da postignemo veći kvalitet života. Podgorica je jedan od partnera projekta Održiva urbana mobilnost u zemljama jugoistočne Evrope. Gradovi jugoistočne Evrope zajedno prema održivom, čistom i energetski efikasnom transportu, koji je finansijski podržan i odobren od strane Njemačkog ministarstva za ekonomsku saradnju i razvoj. Projekat implementira Njemačko društvo za međunarodnu saradnju GIZ. Glavni grad je također i prepoznao važnost proširenja zelenih površina, što je predmet preporuka definisanih u lokalnim strateškim dokumentima. U tom smislu velika pažnja je usmjerena i na segment kvalitativnog odabira sadnog materijala. Pritom se biraju sadnice koje su izdržljive na klimatske promjene i prilagodljive prostornim specifičnostima našeg grada. Nastavlja se unapređenje sistema tretmana otpada, izgradnja novih postrojenja na našoj deponiji livade. U Podgorici u cilju veće zaštite životne sredine i efikasnijeg upravljanja otpadom u skladu sa savremenim evropskim standardima. Planiramo da nastavimo sa novim investicijama u ovoj oblasti. Prva će biti izgradnja postrojenja za kogeneraciju biogasa, zatim i postrojenja za tretman automobilskih guma. U narednom periodu posebnu pažnju ćemo posvetiti rešavanju problema adekvatnog tretmana biljnog otpada. Možemo se pohvaliti da imamo dobru saradnju na regionalnom, ali i na međunarodnom nivou, što doprinosi održivom razvoju grada, a time i ubrzava proces pridruživanja Crne Gore Evropskoj uniji. Glavni grad je član Evropske mreže zdravih gradova, a zatim i globalnog sporazuma gradonačelnika za klimatske i energetske projekte. Možda nas iskustva koja ćemo podijeliti na ovoj konferenciji natjeraju na razmišljanje da se u budućnosti češće opredijelimo za slične priče, jer svjesni smo da su zaštita životne sredine i održivi razvoj potreba današnjice i da realizacijom različitih aktivnosti obezbjeđujemo ugodniji život svim našim građanima. Na kraju, dozvolite mi da još jednom ponovim opredjeljenje glavnog grada o potrebi objedinjavanja svih napora u cilju izgradnje bolje budućnosti za sve nas, koje za generacije koje tek dolaze. Jer očuvanje životne sredine je mjera civilizovanosti jednog društva. Zato je ovo prilika takođe da uputim apel svim našim sugrađankama i sugrađanima Podgorice da malim ličnim doprinosom i primjenom načina odnosa prema utrošku energije učinimo ovaj grad ne samo energetski efikasnijim, već i ljepšim mjestom za život. Hvala vam još jednom, želim vam uspješan rad i hvala na pažnji.
Thank you, Ms. Vujačić, Deputy Mayor of Podgorica. The Green Days 2019 International Conference is live streamed on UNDP YouTube channel. The official hashtag of the conference is Green Days 2019. So let's tweet about the conference, and you can also use Twitter to post questions. Our panelists will be happy to answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to introduce our first keynote speaker today, UN Assistant Secretary General, UNDP Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Europe and CIS, Ms. Mirjana Špoljarić-Eger.
Deputy Prime Minister, President of the Chamber of Economy, Deputy Mayor, Excellencies and dear colleagues. In 2015, the countries of the world adopted a common agenda to end poverty, reduce inequality, and fight climate change. The Agenda 2030 and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals are not a solution in and for themselves, but they provide us with a common language that enables us to communicate across all boundaries about the incredibly complex and fast-changing challenges of this century. And beyond just being a common language, they are the smartest political compass that we possess to ensure sustainable and inclusive growth. Growth that protects our planet and leaves no one behind. Growth that reflects the complexity and interdependence of issues and peoples. In Southeast Europe, as elsewhere in the world, already existing challenges will be magnified by the expected impacts of climate change. This region's socio-economic vulnerabilities are deeply rooted in environmental mismanagement, poor infrastructure, and inefficient practices, and we see this every day. At the global level, the recent UN report on state of nature emphasizes that the health of ecosystems on which we all depend is deteriorating more rapidly than ever. We are eroding the very foundations of our economies, livelihoods, food security, health, and quality of life worldwide. The report calls for transformative change through a system-wide reorganization of economies, their underlying values, and the way we produce and consume. This means a transition to green economy, which the UN has identified as a key accelerator and multiplier of impact on several sustainable development goals at the same time. Put in different words, a green economy entails a development paradigm shift that pursues economic growth within our planetary boundaries, with less use of natural resources and less environmental damage. The green economy is projected to grow globally by 2030, with potential to unlock trillions, dozens of trillions in green investments. But to unleash this potential, traditional resource allocations have to be rechanneled from business as usual into green infrastructure and sustainable assets. With the right policies in place, a shift to greener economy could generate 24 million jobs globally by 2030 in the energy sector alone, using electric vehicles and increasing energy efficiency in existing and future buildings. And I saw one of these buildings in Podgorica yesterday. With the right policies in place, a shift to, automation and technology are already changing the labor markets, and we need to invest today in the economy and its workforce that we need tomorrow. Therefore, the overdue transformation into green economy calls for urgent collective action from the public and private sector leaders, from researchers, and we heard it before, from civil society and from individuals. Governments and policymakers have to first define a clear and inclusive vision for greener economy and growth across all sectors, be it transport, energy, agriculture, or tourism, so that over time, green instead of brown becomes the norm. Second, policymakers have to underpin their country's development vision with coherent and measurable implementation strategies, informed by policy modeling, impact analysis, and assessment tools to gauge trade-offs between business as usual and pursuing green development alternatives. Third, governments have to align fiscal and public investment frameworks with green economy vision. Countries' budgets are the strongest expression of their priorities. Phasing out environmentally harmful subsidies is not a question of if, but a question of when today. Reforming tax systems to partially shift the tax burden from labor to polluters also sends a strong signal of public sector commitment. And fourth, public sector entities have to lead by example. They are a significant consumer of goods and services. Procurement rules are a powerful tool that can directly impact sustainable production and consumption patterns. Last but definitely not least, we need smart legal and policy frameworks at the national level to steer financial capital towards economic activities that support the future we want. We have to think today about the markets that we will have to deal with in 10 years. And this entails calculating environmental and social risks in the cost of capital and pricing the true costs of business, including that of negative environmental impacts. On the other side, the private sector also plays a very crucial role. First, by aligning company strategies and business models with the green economy, using it as their innovation direction for a competitive edge and access to new markets. And second, disclosure and transparency in aligning companies' longer-term value creation with the green economy can attract more financing through capital markets. If companies make green commitments up front, followed by traceable actions, They will gain more trust as their contributions to countries' development visions become visible. And third, producers need to move away from a take, make, dispose business model to a reduce, repair, reuse, and recycle model. This can yield cost savings thanks to resource efficiency and early adaptation to potential risks. And finally, we as individual consumers, we will have to change our consumption patterns too, essentially our everyday behavior and practices, by switching to sustainable goods and decreasing our own individual energy consumption. Excellencies and dear colleagues, I want to close by commending the government of Montenegro for adopting the green economy vision in its national strategy for sustainable development. Your investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency are already spearheading important economic transitions, and UNDP is proud to support the government of Montenegro in these efforts. I also want to thank our partners for co-hosting this important conference. I trust that the innovative practices, business models, and partnerships that we will hear about today and tomorrow will help Montenegro and other countries in the region to move from greening products and services to genuinely green development pathways. And on behalf of UNDP, I welcome you again and look forward to our future joint engagements towards sustainable and green growth for all. And I very much agree with Deputy Prime Minister Simovic that we haven't only come together today to talk, we have come together to look at concrete solutions. And I'm very much looking forward to, together with the Country Office of UNDP and our UN partners on the ground, to work with your office, to work with all the line ministries in Montenegro in transforming these good ideas that are going to be produced over the next 2 days into concrete actions on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Špoljarić-Eger. It is a pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Mr. Nicholas Henley, former head of unit for international relations and enlargement at the European Commission.
Thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to be here today speaking to you. I'm one of the few people who will stand up here who has no title at all, so it gives me perhaps a freedom to say a few unguarded things. I would say, however, I'm very pleased to hear of the opening of Chapter 27, because when I did have a title, I was quite heavily involved in helping that to happen from the European Commission. Green growth. This is a very interesting concept developed by the OECD and a very positive and powerful message. However, let's be clear, when it first came on the scene, there were voices in the environment movement who were cautious about it. How could we have green growth alongside brown growth? Was this a gesture? Was this a little bit of hiding the real issues? How did we ensure that it was truly engaged and comprehensive across the board? How were we going to uncouple the negative aspects of growth, pollution, carbon, etc., from the positive ones of a green growth? So if we look today, after a number of years of this concept, we see there is still a long way to go. If we do an audit of the state of our environment, we have to admit climate change continues apace despite all of the engagements and activities. Biodiversity continues to decline, waste continues to grow, pollution is still a long way from being solved. So as we look to the future, perhaps we should think a little bit about where we've gone wrong. Are some of our methods, some of our approaches faulty? Is our engagement as strong as it should be? Coming from the UK, I feel I'm well placed to talk about this because, after all, we could possibly track the beginning of our problems with the Industrial Revolution, which started in the UK and other countries. What did they assume at that time? They assumed when they started the factories and the workshops that the environment had an inexhaustible capacity to absorb pollution, it would be dispersed, it would be diluted, it would be rendered harmless, and therefore there wasn't a problem. We can laugh at that today, but are we absolutely sure that we still don't rely a little bit on that assumption when we pollute, that it will be carried away in the wind, in the rivers, in the water, and we would not see the impact of it? Now, quite early on, they realized that that wasn't the case. So what were the first solutions to dealing with the pollution, the dirt created? Well, the first solution was distance. Those of you who have been to my country on holiday will, I'm sure, have enjoyed visiting country palaces and manors, many of which, if you look at the history of them, were built by the industrial barons to allow them to distance themselves from the pollution they were creating. They created themselves a haven in the countryside, beautiful places to visit. This concept of distancing yourself from pollution indeed was built into the very foundations of the town planning movement in my country. We introduced the concept of green belts, introduced the concept of garden suburbs, new towns. We took ourselves away from the dirt of the cities out into a rural paradise. We had low-density development. One of the first things I did when I joined the Commission in 1990 was to be engaged in writing a green book about the urban environment, in which we questioned these fundamental concepts of town planning. Was this clever to have low-density development? Were green belts clever, moving people 30 or 40 miles away from the places they were working? Surely this was adding to environmental problems by greater distance to transport. When I presented this to my professional institute, because I am a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, they nearly kicked me out. I was damning the very fundamental principles of their profession. Surely, how could a UK town planner question the green belt, question low-density development? Well, I did, and I'm pleased to say that these ideas have started to get more and more engaged in planning. But it's still there. If you look at the development around this city, are you sure you're still not building houses out in the countryside? Every new house in the countryside is laying down a challenge for the future. That house will require more energy to be used, delivering things to it, picking up its kids to take them to school, its ill people taking them to hospital, the costs of all the services and deliveries it needs. So questioning the very fundamentals of urban development are laying down either a solution or a cost to future sustainability. The next solution was dispersion. In my country, we called it tall chimneys, long pipes. The solution to our air pollution problems on our power stations were taller chimneys, pushing that pollution up higher into the atmosphere. And therefore, our coal-fired power stations created acid rain in Scandinavia. Again, not a solution, simply moving it somewhere else. Our long pipes took our sewage further out into the sea. They did not tackle the problem. When we first started to realize we needed to tackle the problems at source, clearly we started to make progress in the post-war years. But this was piecemeal. We looked at cleaning up the river, sorting out the problems of this factory's pollution, all positive things, individually making a contribution, but not really a comprehensive overall approach. Over the last few decades, we've started to see more and more of this, and it is indeed starting adding up to something. But we still have a long way to go. I'm pleased to say that we in the EU were central to much of this. If you look at the first EU treaty, the Treaty of Rome, there is nothing about environment in that treaty. Progressive modifications of the treaty integrated environment into it. And we now have, if you look at it, and I'm sure those of you who've dealt with Chapter 27, concepts such as the precautionary principle, concepts such as the polluter pays, prevention, integration. All of these concepts are bringing home the reality that we must internalize the costs of pollution damage to the environment. The economists in the room will know the concept of external costs. These were external costs being imposed on society, but not being met by the people responsible. Now, clearly we've made progress, but it hasn't always been easy. In my time in the Commission, constantly we were challenged from the environment side. We were dreaming of a beautiful environment, but what we were proposing was a drain on economic development. It was a break, and therefore we had this clash constantly between economic development and environmental protection. You couldn't have the two things. Green growth is saying we must move in that direction, but we have a long way to go. Coming from the UK, every day I listen to talks about Brexit. I have to say many of the people arguing for Brexit are people who are saying that the EU, with its environmental legislation, has posed unreasonable costs on British industry, and if we can get away from this amongst a whole range of other things we don't like about the EU, British industry will flourish. Now, the Brexit parties are not the only nationalists. Across Europe and across the world, there are increasingly nationalist voices who are challenging the very fundamental and logic of international cooperation. And we have in the environmental movement to be cautious and aware of this and have an answer to it. Because without that, we may see much of what we're trying to do diluted and prevented. I think one of the strongest things I've ever heard arguing for a truly integrated approach was a speech given by Václav Havel. One of my jobs in the Commission, I was responsible for organising the Green Week in the Commission, and we were successful in 1906 to have Václav Havel as a keynote speaker. And he stood up at the conference and said something quite shocking. He said, "I'm not sure why I should be here, because fundamentally I don't agree with the existence of environment ministries." Hush. And he went on to say, and the reason for that is that I consider environment far too important to be a single sector. Environmental responsibility and concern should be at the heart of all policies. And then the sooner we can get rid of environmental ministries and have the environment challenge at the heart of all of the policies in any government, sooner we will start making true progress rather than making gestures. And I think that message from 2006 is as valid today as it was then. In the EU, we introduced integration. In fact, we'd introduced it already, and we started to make progress. If you look today at our energy policy, it's not, as it was in the past, based on nuclear power. It's based more on renewables and energy conservation. If we look at our fisheries policy, it's now based more on harvesting the fish from the sea rather than depleting the stocks. You can look across the different areas. I remember, particularly in transport myself, having an interesting situation where in the mid-90s I attended a conference in Brussels of people from all of the transport ministries, which was talking about the development of the EU motorway network. They had plans for tens of thousands of new motorways. And I stood up at this conference and said, I'm a little bit concerned because we've just come out of the climate conference where we're talking about cutting back CO2 emissions and how is this plan of more and more roads, which will be more and more transportation, more and more cars, actually consistent with that. And somebody from a country I won't name stood up and said, can we send this man from DG Environment away? Climate change is DG Environment's business, not ours. I'm happy to say that you wouldn't hear that message from a transport ministry today, but yet those sentiments are still there deep in the heart of many transport ministries and many ministries in other sectors as well. We need to move forward, and I think one of the things which encourages me most is the growing awareness of the problems. In the UK recently, we've had demonstrations of young people blocking central London about climate change. We have very vocal and visible messages coming across by people such as David Attenborough talking about plastic waste in the seas and the challenges now to move into a non-plastic world. 20 years ago, plastics were the miracle solution to many problems. Today, they are seen as an issue and a problem. So I think what encourages me most about this conference is, as we move on, you'll see presentations from a whole range of different sectors. Very pleased that the representative of Montenegro here is the Deputy Prime Minister, not the Environment Minister. Very pleased to know, as has been said today, that the target of sustainable development is in the constitution of this country. A bold statement to make, a challenging statement to realise, but the real direction to go. So I can but wish you all success in your individual commitments. I think it will be important that we do engage and use the technologies. I remember early in my career, when I was dealing with CO2 emissions, being taken to the Peugeot factory in Paris, and 25 years ago, being driven around in an electric car around Paris, and being told that they had no plans to actually build these things because the technology was there, but they hadn't cracked the issue of the batteries. Isn't it a shame that 25 years on, electric cars are still a minority issue? Isn't it a shame that commitments were not made then? And isn't that a lesson to learn of what we need to do? We need to unlock the innovation, the ingenuity of our engineers and technicians. We need to look forward, not back, and we need to really integrate comprehensively across the board to achieve green growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Henley. Today, on June 5th, we celebrate World Environment Day, which reminds us of the importance of connecting with nature every day. With some of the world's most amazing sceneries and landscapes spread across its tiny territory, Montenegro is filled to the brim with natural beauties that will leave you breathless. Let us take a short journey through Montenegro from north to south and see what we aim to protect for the generations to come.
Footprints never actually disappear. Each step we have ever taken brought us to this moment, and every step we take next will define our future. I know this because I was born here and raised here. I live here and swim here every day. While I was growing up, my family taught me that my every action stays with nature. Everything around me remembers my every footprint. I make sure to always remember that. While I swim, I think of all the people who've been living here for more than a millennium in the valleys and mountains. They passed on to us that even though we have made this place our own, we must always live in accordance with nature. No matter what we do, be it fishing, farming, or playing professional sports like me. Tourists who discover Montenegro fall in love with it instantly. They come to enjoy and marvel in this beautiful land, leaving their footprints everywhere. But it's not just them. Everyone who lives here enjoys this country to the fullest. We all walk, run, pedal, hike, and take all kinds of steps all over this wonderful place, full of both splendid, untouched beauty and noble history. This is why we all, both tourists and citizens of Montenegro, need to play our part in preserving this unique ecosystem, blessed by long, sandy, clean beaches, majestic rocky mountains, fresh lakes and green forests. We must never take this land for granted, and that's why we must strive towards carbon neutral tourism in Montenegro and all over the world. We need to limit our carbon footprint as much as possible, no matter if we live here or are here on holiday. All of us, both tourists and citizens, must work together to become more carbon neutral for the benefit of both Montenegro and the planet. If we do that, this majestic place of wild beauty will remain as it is, and our footsteps will always be welcome while we're stepping into the beautiful sea or climbing a great mountain once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you're all well aware that any complex challenge can be addressed only through partnerships. Therefore, I wish to thank our partners for their support and commitment in making this conference possible. Renault Alliance, Crnogorski Telekom, Institute Hrvoje Požar from Zagreb, and our media partner, Radio Television of Montenegro, Radio Televizija Crne Gore. Prior to the start of our first panel, Climate Change is Real, I would like to invite you all to a 20 minutes coffee break on a terrace. We continue at 11:30. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We continue the conference Green Days 2019 on unlocking green growth potentials.
Climate change is real, and our response will take two forms. We either slow it down if we can, or we learn to live with the change we can't stop anymore. One of the most important things we can do to fight climate change is to talk about it. I invite the panel moderator, Mr. Goran Svilanovic, a diplomat from Serbia, and his panelists to join me on stage. Mr. Svilanovic.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us. We had a great opening this morning, and I'm very much grateful to the UNDP, to the government of Montenegro, but of course to all partners who have supported us in bringing together all of you, as well as such a great group of panelists. I would like to use the opportunity to introduce our panelists. In a way, co-host, Fiona McClooney. I think many of you know her well. She was the head of the UNDP in Montenegro. She's currently the UN representative, following the idea of one UN. Thank you very much for joining us, actually, a co-host, as I've said. Of course, Stina Rasmussen is the one who is coming from the DG, from European Commission, from DG Klima. Therefore, she does bring an expertise. Next to me is Hervé Letraut. Speaking of expertise, he's coming from the Institute Pierre-Simon Laplace. He's a professor at Sorbonne University, was engaged very much in IPCC negotiations, so I will ask him about the science. And, of course, I would like to express my gratitude to the Minister Radulovic, who is as well a co-host and is actually going to be the one explaining what exactly the government of Montenegro is doing, as much of the work related to what we are going to discuss is done by himself and the team of people around him, as well as by the others in the government. Mentioning others in the government, I would like also to welcome the chief negotiator, Mr. Drljevic. And as I mentioned to you, Mr. Drljevic, I would like to say what we would like to achieve in this conversation. Please just remember, one idea, we would like to convince you that what is happening to you as well. So the climate change is happening. And another idea, that while Montenegro is leading among the 6 economies of the Western Balkans in the negotiation process with the EU, we'd also like to try to convince you that the tools to mitigate, to adapt, are offered to Montenegro as well in the negotiation process. Therefore, we are very happy to have the chief negotiator. The Chapter 27 offers this opportunity. And Sanjin Avdić is the UNDP guy from Bosnia and Herzegovina. He is going to present to us one kind of a case study, what the UNDP is doing in Bosnia and Herzegovina, trying to deal with the issues related to energy efficiency in the public premises, and then we might also discuss what's been done by the government in Montenegro. Minister Radulovic, last evening while preparing for this conversation, reminded me, Goran, do not dare to say that there is any kind of global warming. You're speaking on June 5th in Podgorica in a rainy day, less than 20 degrees, and all of these people are used to 28, 30 by June. Well, I'm sorry, yes, I am going to speak, and colleagues in the panel will be speaking about global warming. We have to. As what I'd like to show, there will be 2 slides only. Regional Cooperation Council, this is what I've done in the last 6 years. among other issues, has issued a study how we in the Western Balkans are affected by the climate change. And this is the message, it is happening to us as well. It's not Arctic, it's not Sub-Sahara, it is Montenegro as well. And in these two slides, you are going to see, so I'm just asking for slide 1 and slide 2. In short, what we have learned in this study is the following. Oh, okay, you can see your country there well. So this red is heat waves, very hot. While what you see in blue is precipitation happening. So look at the region, look at the Albanian coast, look at Croatian coast. So look what is happening to us, and I'll try to sum it up. What we've learned with this study is the following. Well, we have already witnessed in the Western Balkans great impact of global warming and significant vulnerable to climate change, with observed temperature increase by 1.2 already. And there are two scenarios. One scenario that we would like to support in this conversation as well is if we all engage, if we try to do our best, we might eventually end up, by the end of the century, with an increase of 1.7. That's ideal. We are all working. But if we continue acting as if nothing is happening, the business as usual, we may end up in increase of up to 4, even if not more than 4 degrees centigrade. So what has already happened, what we see happening is summer drying and heating, extension of dry period, especially in the south, and this is what is shown there, and subtropical climate further to the north, leaving coastal and southern areas very hot. Then I'd, before invite panelists to join this discussion, like to say the impact of climate change to our lives. Environmental signals are there, increased frequency and duration of heat waves and drought, frequently overlapping, early start of vegetation, increased frequency of flooding, increased, well, I'm coming from Serbia. You've seen Kraljevo and the area around. And you've seen what happened only 4 years back, 2014. So guys, it is happening to all of us. And then, besides environmental signals like forest defoliation, mortality, decreased river discharge, there are also sectoral vulnerability. More frequent decrease in yield quality and quantity, risks of drought, high temperatures, and late spring frost, increased summer energy consumption. So it affects our lives, it affects our agriculture, it affects production, it affects water supply. So these are our lives. It is happening to Montenegro. We have also discussed with the minister what would be the contribution of best efforts of Montenegro. Globally, 0.009. So look, you cannot save the planet. On the other hand, save your lives. Do your best for the people and citizens of Montenegro, for the neighbors around, by engaging in mitigation, engaging in adaptation, because the others need to join the club. And here, I'd like to start with you, Hervé, as you've spent years. So in this panel, you're the science, no politics. Therefore, what is this picture? How do you see it when you look at it from IPCC negotiations, reporting? How do you see globally what we can do and what is happening? Please.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in this audience. And yes, I think the scientists are in fact a bit the voice of a planet which is a very complex body but cannot speak. And so we need, I think, to have this vision in large part because things are moving quickly. I've begun to study the role of greenhouse gases on climate change almost 40 years ago, and things are getting quickly. And I've been part of the first, contributed to the first IPCC report. It was in '90. and been also in World Climate Research Program for quite a long time in the Joint Scientific Committee. And I cannot speak about climate today as I could do at that time. I think the things have changed quite a lot. I don't want to give many figures, but I think there is one that may convince you that things are changing. It's the amount of greenhouse gases we put in the atmosphere per year. In the 50s, we used to put 1 billion carbon in mass, carbon mass in the atmosphere every year. We do 10 times more. So if you take a glass which you fill of CO2, we used to fill it at a certain rate some years ago, and we fill it at a rate which is 10 times higher now. And we don't know really how to get rid of the CO2, which is piling up in the atmosphere, just because the half-time of the CO2, for example, life in the atmosphere is about 1 century. Century is a large amount of time. I think probably all the people here in this room were born before the last, are less than 1 century old. And so we are really in a situation where the planet is evolving quickly. And we need to have this view of changes right now for different reasons. The CO2 gases, the greenhouse gases, they stay in the atmosphere, they stay for a long time, which means that they are mixed. And as they are mixed, as you say, well, here above us, we have a lot of greenhouse gases that comes from elsewhere, and so they cannot do much more about it. Yes, and we have also
climate change.
A climate future, which is already the result of what we have emitted. I think the next 10, 20 years will be the results of what we have already emitted in terms of gases in the atmosphere. So we are in a situation where we live effectively in a dual constraint. In one way, there is a deep urgency to reduce effectively and now the greenhouse gases emissions. This is a world problem for the world community. On the other side, any government, it's true for France, it's true here, cannot rely completely on what will happen elsewhere. So we have a need for protection of all assets in every country, and we need to do both everywhere at the same time. And I think for that matter, the last IPCC report was for me really a little shock, because it gives some other indications on what on the amplitude of what needs to be done, which I think are very revealing. If really we want to stay under the 1.5 degrees Celsius warming, which means 1.5 degree more than the average temperature during the last pre-industrial era period. So we are already 1 degree more than that period of time. So half a degree more, it's something which is required by many countries, for example, the islands which can be submerged, and it will affect all of us because, for example, sea level rise, for the things I will mention afterwards. But if we want to stay under this value, which is part of the negotiation today, we should have an equilibrium in terms of carbon, which means basically reduce the emissions of CO2 to almost and other gases to about 0 in 30 years from now. 30 years from now, for the whole planet, for all cars, all planes, this is something which is, as the report, the IPCC report says, geophysically possible. Geophysically possible. I'm not sure it's socially, politically possible. So certainly we enter a phase in which we'll have to negotiate possibilities of actions. We will not be able to do on the same surface to produce to protect biodiversity, to produce some kind of fuels, biofuels, to produce, and we'll have to make some to decide between the different use of this. So I will finish in a few words. I have been a scientist of the global planet for many years. During the last years, I've been interested much more in looking at the global, at the regional level, what is happening in my home region of France, in southwest France, near Bordeaux. And I think the transition, the science which we need to go from the large scale to the small scale is a science which has been overlooked. We have not done enough on the kind of transition between those large-scale effects and small-scale effects. And certainly we do need to do more about that. And one reason is probably that it has also virtue in terms of education. And I would put really at the heart of everything we can do right now the problem of education. In France, we have polls which show that about 19% of the population understand what is greenhouse effect. In details. They are all convinced there is a problem, but they don't understand what is greenhouse effect. So we need to do a lot of education locally and to have a definition of what we can do, which is consistent between adaptation and mitigation.
Thank you very much, Fiona. I'm turning to you. You are a deep throat of Secretary General of the UN today. Therefore, we'd like to learn from you, what is the UN? What is the Secretary General and the team? Considering where to go, what to do. There is this expectation from Climate Summit. I'd like to hear this from you, but also something, please keep in mind, what Hervé has mentioned. He's mentioned 30 years from now. Action, yes or not? Now is the time. But look, while preparing for the panel, we were sitting with Snezhana from UNDP and her daughter, who is 4 years old. So 30 years from now is a moment in which she is going to decide to stay or to leave, for many reasons. Therefore, please take into consideration this generational aspect. Who are we talking to? Who are we working for? Please.
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here. Representing, as you say, the Secretary General in my new role as resident coordinator. I'm really pleased to come after the scientist because he gives you the facts and tells you how serious it is. Climate change is real. Someone sent me an app last week which was modeling the impact of flooding on my house in London. By 2030, or in 30 years' time, it will be completely underwater. So what does that mean? I rely on the Thames barrier and it going up, or the carbon emissions coming down. Something has to happen, or we have to move. I mean, this is a personal impact on me and my children's lives. And when you see it personally, it gives you the reality check. So it's personal, but it's also personal for me because I have this great honor to be the resident coordinator. I started this job in September 2016. That was a momentous time for this important multilateral organization. It was the time when the 193 member states approved the Sustainable Development Goals. It was the time that we got the final agreement from the Paris Agreement on the national determined contributions, and countries went home, said what they were going to do, gave a commitment to come back after a year with what they would agree to come down to in terms of greenhouse gas emissions based on this 1990 baseline. And many of them did. Montenegro was one of the first. It was, there was a great momentum there. What I see 3 years later is a reality check. And this reality check is, the scientists have been telling us for 30 years, but it's actually now the children and business that's saying it much more forcefully. When children like Greta Thunberg actually don't go to school and sit outside the Swedish parliament for every Friday for, I don't know, 6 months, I think she's been there, and then she becomes the global champion for this issue from her perspective as a 14-year-old, we start to consider seriously that issue about intergenerational equality and what this is going to mean for our children. So I think the fact that the Secretary General has absorbed her into his remit and is sitting alongside her with this message is very, very powerful. Similarly, the Financial Times, a traditionally very dull newspaper to read, if only when you want to look at it in terms of stocks and shares, has started to talk in quantifiable terms about the amount that business is going to be affected by climate catastrophe. And this is also a real wake-up call. So we see the reality side coming in from all sides, and I see that in these 3 years, this has certainly taken on much more of a resonance and much more reality. What does it mean for the Secretary General?
I have a tricky question for you.
Okay.
Please, you come to the Secretary General,
Yeah.
but I'm provoked. I have to. I know this is close to your heart personally,
Okay.
and I mentioned Snežana's daughter.
Yeah.
To what extent girls and women are suffering more than men in societies which are not fully inclusive?
Yeah.
How they are affected in particular?
Gender is a good angle to take on this issue. Women tend to be the household managers. And as household managers, they tend to be the ones that manage the resources, they manage the money, and they will also be the ones that have to manage the future of the household and its children when the threats become more significant. And I think what we see that most significantly in less developed countries where the climate shocks come unexpectedly, and when you see a lot more internal migration and external migration to move away from places that used to be productive.
Not necessarily in Montenegro, but in general, we need to be aware to what extent women are more exposed to the influence of climate change because of these rules which are not redefined yet. Come back to the Secretary General.
Secretary General. So 3 years on, he's saying in September we want to have a conference where we're bringing high-level representatives from all over the world back to New York, and we want to ask them to make additional commitments, to make commitments that might bring this anticipated climate increase from 2 degrees down to 1.5 degrees. But as we've already noted, this is going to take a serious re-evaluation of what the countries themselves can do. And I think the momentum from now in June is going to build and build and build. And I think there will be more political pressure put on leaders to try and manage that. Before finishing on that point, I also want to say that we look at Montenegro in terms of its dominant philosophy, in terms of moving towards EU accession. And this is where the Secretary General's objectives around Sustainable Development Goals and the EU accession are very well aligned. And I think in the United Nations with the EU negotiators department, we've done some work on looking at how these two agendas match. And we see in terms of climate action, there's a very close alignment between what EU accession and Chapter 27 proposes the country to do and what is expected under the Sustainable Development Goals. So I think together we have a greater likelihood of
Well, thank you very much. You actually introduced Minister Radulovic because mentioning that they are working very hard on these issues. Minister Radulovic, it's a big ministry. You have recently submitted second biannual update report, and I'd like to ask you about the report. But I also have a tricky question for you, and then I'll give the rest of the time to you. Hervé mentioned education, and you were telling me that while in high school, you had 3 consecutive years of ecology. You don't have it today in Montenegro, or you do. What are you doing about this as well? Please. No, no, no. No boring here.
Like a rock star.
Please.
I believe that education is a key point. Yes, we've submitted second report. Yes, we're in the process of submitting the third report, so that the Agency for Environment is doing its job. The Monstat, the agency that is in charge of statistics for Montenegro, is doing its own part of the job, collecting data. Hydrometeorological Institute is building up the model. So these things are moving on, and they're going to come at a certain point in time. But all these, I would say, exhausting scientific and administrative procedures are not going to give any effect if we don't lean heavily on education. And you've mentioned the fact that it's going to count in 20, 30 years' time from now. And yes, I remember talking last night. I was in high school in early 90s, late 80s and early 90s. And I went to a section of the high school which had an awkward name for that time. It has to do with natural sciences, that's how it was called. And yes, we had ecology. And the subject was called ecology, full stop. That was it. And I recall, even though I've never studied chemistry or anything closely connected to it, I went to part of mathematics and physics, but I've encountered it through work. But I recall from that time that we were thought about what happens in nature, how we affect what happens in nature, what are the things that we should do to help nature to protect itself, what are the things that we shouldn't do. And I recall the talk about the things that we have started like 30 years afterward and banning the plastic bags. I recall the story about how long does it needs for to be degraded.
So not only that 30 years back, almost 30, this country was the first ever declaring itself the ecological state. But also 30 years back, you were teaching high school students about ecology.
Well,
so this is great for Montenegro. This is the country which you told us 13% of territory is under protection.
It's somehow protected, yeah. And we're talking only about the nature reservoir. So we're not talking about the cultural heritage protected. If we would connect all the protected area, it would be a seriously bigger number.
But you will not be spared from boring things.
Sorry?
You will not be spared today from boring things. Yeah, I want to hear, and these people are looking at you, what the government has done.
Well,
please.
We have ratified the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Changes by succession. It was 2006, obviously. And in 2007, I think it was the first quarter of 2007, we've ratified the Kyoto Protocol. So sometimes later that year, I think it was September, we basically became a member, as a as a non-Annex B country, which basically means that we didn't have a formal obligation and restriction or limitations in greenhouse gases emissions. But as you said, the absolute numbers for Montenegro are small, but we are really keen to contribute to a global fight, because there is one thing that we would really need to address to the entire world. The climate changes do not understand where the administrative borders are. So the fact that I'm not producing, I'm not polluting, I'm not creating a bad environment does not mean that my neighbor is not doing so, and it's going to
So no Klima Schengen.
Exactly. So this is very important thing. Same applies to any, I would say pretty much any environmental issue, any kind of pollution. So second report for climate changes 2015 and second biennial update on February 19th was undertaken UNDP, thanks UNDP, and funded by Global Environmental Fund. So as I said, amongst the other things, this report basically structured the greenhouses gas emission, let's call it GHG, so cut it long story short. And we basically have idea where they come from now. So we now know that the energy sector is the biggest producer of these gases, and it goes from, I think, 30 up to 70%. Then we have industrial production, which varies radically from 4.5 to nearly 50%. agriculture from some 10 to, again, some 50%. And the waste is really small, which was, for us, shocking. It was between 2 and 7%. But not all things are bad. This country went to a very complicated transition period, as many of the neighboring countries. But in the 90s, the economical development of this country was foreseen as radically expanding industrial country. So there was for countries as small as this, it was heavily industrially developed. From 90s onwards, the ratio of industry obviously went heavily down. So from, I would say, 50% of the emissions in the 90s produced by industry, we came to, I think, less than 12% in 2014 and not even 10% in 2015. So some of the things are changing. The second thing, when we finish off with the aluminum plant and the thermal plant in Pljevlja with some reconstructions, I'll try to keep this short in order not to annoy people too much. The scale down of the GHG from the industry in 2000, I think it's 1028, the last date for this remit. It's going to be 78% less than it was at a target date 1990. But there are some industries which we are actually increasing emission in, and it is, I would say, the only way. Luckily, these industries emit far less GHG and other pollutants than the regular industry. So at this point in time, we deal, our major GHG emitter is energy sector, and it goes even above 70%.
I have one, again, question which is not going to be boring for you to answer.
Thank you. Be my guest.
When I was in the government, I don't even remember whether we did have a minister dealing with environment. If we did, I don't remember. Meaning, what I'm asking you, is your voice heard in the government?
Oh, yes.
I mean, when it comes to Minister of Education, Finance Minister, Minister of Economy, Labor, do they listen to what is your input related to all of these issues when it comes to economical green growth, etc.? What is your contribution?
I will tell you one thing, and when I was offered this position, I was thinking of why did someone merge all these sectors into one chair? And it really is diversified, and it's enormously big. So if you lead if you're on the top of the leading industry of the country, which is tourism, which contributes to Montenegrin GDP with nearly 25%. If you deal with the environment and you are the first by constitution declared ecological country, if you deal with spatial planning and construction, and that's the core business for the tourism, if you deal with housing, if you deal with communal affairs, it puts you in perspective that your day doesn't have beginning and end. You basically sleep when you get some time to sleep, and that's it. Is it a day or night? It's completely irrelevant. But then I figured out that after, I would say, even a year, that somebody thought of this very carefully. If one was only Minister of Environment, I think hers or his voice would be heard much less than in this situation, because I would say 85% of resources of this country are in the hands of this ministry. So I would say the ecology was not given a powerful man, powerful tools were given to ecology, and I think it's a very good concept, even though it makes hell of my life.
I'm very happy you mentioned
it's
tools.
a good concept. Yeah, it's tools. Yeah,
tools, as I intend to move to Stine next to you, and we'll come back to you, Minister, of course. But well, Stine Rasmussen. I mean, all economists in the Western Balkans, all of us, We all have a common goal of increasing income per capita, reducing the percentage of unemployed citizens. We are candidates, and Montenegro is leading in the process when it comes to the accession. We are all motivated, therefore, to respect the Paris Agreement, to achieve the goals EU 2020, EU 2030. So we are ready to work with the EU. And our immediate partner, besides the UN, is the EU. And it's not only financial support, it's also guidance when it comes to tools. Is the accession process, through the Chapter 27 that we are going to discuss later on with the negotiator, Drljević, what is the EU doing generally? This is my question for you. And what is the offer for the accession economies in the process when it comes to tools? Please.
What we're doing in general is a very wide question
But
indeed.
you're a key player in the process to support the SG.
I think the tools are very clear also in the accession process. We present the climate legislation to the accession countries, and they then need to adopt and implement. If they in turn do this, they will actually live up to the Paris Agreement. I don't think that the UN and the EU paths are two separate entities. It is the same path. Everything the European Commission does has to do with implementation of the Paris Agreement. I think that we have set ourselves very, very strong and ambitious targets. As Fiona said, there was a bit of a wake-up call. I think the wake-up call also has to do with implementation. It is very easy to say, we will do this, we will do that, but the real challenge is implementation. I would also like to say that just as the EU and the UN are not two separate paths, the same goes for adaptation and mitigation. I don't think you're going to have one without the other. We heard in the intro that we should either do this or do that. I simply don't think it's possible. And even though Montenegro is a small country, the country should not forget mitigation. And also, if the country mitigates, the citizens will feel it. Another discussion we had yesterday among our panelists was the one about public transportation. And I was a little bit surprised to hear that apparently public transport is not very well developed in Montenegro because there seems to be maybe not a great need. However, if everybody in Podgorica takes a taxi every time they had to go to a green growth conference or similar, we might have an issue.
Yeah, unless the taxi is zero emission. Minister,
Exactly.
you were telling us about this. Share the idea here, and we'll come back to it in a minute. Share the idea, it's great. But she just gave you a... do this.
Idea is very simple, and it's a concept of I would say a relatively small thing, because if you compare Monaco with us, we're 7,000 times bigger. It's a relatively small thing. Thank you. So the concept is very simple. The distances are too short. The cities, the settlements are relatively small. The traffic infrastructure is not supportive to bigger vehicles, and it basically became a habit. So you would probably be shocked if I tell you what's the cost of the taxi ride in Podgorica. It's, I'll just say, ridiculous. So, and having in mind that we need to respect the market, that somebody made a calculation to put this in power, the only thing we could come up to is to try to develop a zero-emission public transportation based on the individual vehicles. So to keep the taxi transport as it is now, but to use the zero-emission vehicles. We have contacted the big manufacturers already. The first pillars for the supply, because there are very few places, if any, at this point in time, where you can charge your car. I know that one was posted in Sveti Stefan some time ago, I don't know, for many others in Montenegro. Some of the manufacturers have very specific way of charging, if you want a fast charging of the car. But we're communicating with them in order to establish a public transportation, but make it an obligatory zero-emission vehicle. The next step should be all the official vehicles, all the vehicles that are owned by government or any governmental institution. So this would be a huge step forward, because Montenegro, even though it's relatively small, the administration is, and percentage is not much smaller than any, because you have to have a ministry, you have to have a certain amount of people in ministry. Okay, the administration might not be vast as the UK one, but the general positions are there. And if you measure the percentage of people working in administration in Montenegro, counted on a number of citizens on a population, is much bigger than in any bigger country. So this might relax one of the biggest issues, one of the biggest air polluters, and not only in Montenegro, especially in the city centers.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go back to come back to Stine. The idea of minister is clear: zero emission or e-cars for taxi drivers, and then the next step, e-vehicles for all officials. That'd be great action. But come back to what you've mentioned. This is only a part of the solution, not the whole. Please.
Of course, but this does sound very great. It would be a great leap forward. Next step would then be private cars. It would also be, to go back to the educational aspect of climate change and climate action, there also has to be a change in the citizens' attitude to transportation. We've maybe all seen the very cute electrical scooter in the hallway of the hotel. Podgorica would be, I think, an excellent candidate for electrical scooters, electrical bikes. It doesn't rain as much as today, usually. So people, and it's a small town, so people should be able to get around fairly easily. It's all, yes, we're talking very small numbers. But citizens will feel, for example, the air being better in the city, fewer children will get sick from asthma and so on. I think that once people start realizing the benefits, it will go quickly after that.
I have a difficult question for you, the one I've not shared with anyone.
Okay.
Only days back, we have all received our country reports. Montenegro has received a great one, Serbia not that great, Bosnia and Herzegovina, all of us. You know what I've seen? While considering to what extent we respect rule of law, you know, I mean the Commission, never put the respect towards energy community and energy treaty commitments in the context of rule of law. Why?
I'm sorry?
Well, we all have obligations when it comes to energy, which we have signed while joining energy community. And when we are evaluated by the Commission in this chapter called Rule of Law, there is never a comment whether we respect obligations related to energy community or not.
Right.
Tricky one. Why? I'm just saying this is also part of rule of law. And it has to do a lot with the way we respect energy responsibilities and the way we contribute to the Green Group.
There definitely has been a mainstreaming of climate action into all other policy areas. However, I do think that for the Western Balkans, sometimes it's difficult to think of climate action and climate change when you discuss rule of law. When you want to become a full member of the European Union, it is sometimes easy to forget the role of climate action and focus on other areas.
Can you say a word or two on more on these global issues, how the EU supports UNSG on these issues?
But it's very clear. All our climate action legislation,
and regulations,
everything is linked to the Paris Agreement. We had legislation in place before the Paris Agreement, but after the Paris Agreement, everything has had an overhaul, and everything in view of the Paris Agreement. It interlinked.
Are you optimistic after the new parliamentary elections for the European Parliament, with the increased number of Greens in the European Parliament, that there will be a boost?
I'm very optimistic. I was very happy to see the great advance of the Green parties, and in several countries, also in the EU, the Green parties have now become the second largest of the country. I think in Germany, in the Netherlands, and I forget where else, but in quite a few countries. And I think it is only a testament to the change of people's attitudes. And Fiona was talking about Greta Thunberg, and I think that she has become a great role model. And I think that people have seen how much one voice can change, and they realize that they have to do something also. And what they can do is vote.
Thank you very much. We are moving to a link that, I mean, your presentation is a kind of an intro to what I wanted to ask Aleksandar Drljević, the chief negotiator. Well, you are in a privileged position. Being the best in the club is always great. But look, I've heard from colleague Minister Strivan in Serbia, when it comes to getting ready to negotiate Chapter 27, he's basically saying we are not yet there. We are working on this, but we are not yet there. You open it. How do you feel? What is the challenge to negotiate Chapter 27?
There are many challenges around us, and not only in this chapter, but also in other chapters that we are negotiating with. But just a short comment regarding the last European elections. I think that we have to be all really encouraged with growing of Greens at the level of the European Union. But this is really concrete sign for all of us that we have to be all more green and more all green-oriented. And also, when we are speaking about the last election for European Parliament, what is the good sign for all of us that pro-European forces at the level of the European Union will remain as majority in the next European Parliament. So this, for us that are in negotiation process, is really encouraging, not only for Montenegro, but also for other countries in the region. For us in Montenegro, there is no doubt about European Union integration process, as it is one of the main foreign policy tasks after our independence in 2006. And joining NATO 2 years ago, this remained as a main foreign policy priority of the country. You mentioned challenges. There are many challenges in this chapter, but also in other chapters. I will mention rule of law and the chapters 23 and 24, because I think that we cannot speak about progress in other chapters, neither in chapter 27, neither in the energies, transport, food security, without progress in the rule of law and the chapters 23 and 24. When I was discussing about the challenges that we are facing with, I think that these two chapters will remain definitely the most challenging chapters in the coming period. But going back to environment, I think that environment definitely joined this club of most challenging activities because of administrative capacity, because of legal harmonization, but at the end because of real huge amount of funds that we need.
I was about to ask you about the money. Mm-hmm. Can you afford negotiations completed on Chapter 27? It's expensive. I'm simply saying it is expensive. So how do you deal with this? It's, in a way, both for the minister and yourself.
Okay, during the previous period, also through the instrument for pre-accession, I think that we did a good job, and already our citizens in Montenegro can feel really benefits from negotiation process and the accession process. Maybe in this chapter is even more concrete, because if you can see the solid waste treatment facility or a sewage system, whatever, it is something really that is really concrete and that affect the daily life of our citizen. The funds that we need for this exercise is more than 1 billion, 0.4, yes, 1.4.
Montenegro, 1 billion.
1.5. Yes.
Where will the money come from?
Because of that, we need a partnership. Because of that, we need a partnership. I think that it is the crucial word for negotiation process, because at the end, neither one government or one institution will join the European Union. This, what we are doing for our society. And we have to understand that this is partnership relation. Also in the chapter 27, it is not possible to do something without joint approach and a joint activity from government side, from civil society, from NGO, from international community. In the previous period, we expressed our willingness, also international community, through different bilateral donor assistance, through the European Commission delegations. We realized different concrete projects, but there are many activities ahead of us, especially in this chapter that are most expensive chapters in the negotiation process. So without a partnership relation and a joint approach, we will not definitely be in the position, also without international financing.
Thank you very much. Before moving to Sangin, I'd like to turn to all of you. I've done my best to tease them to question, to make them show what I've done. How about you guys? Question time. Snezhana, will you help me? Because I'm not sure if I see everyone. So, do you have questions? Raise your hand. Who wants to use the opportunity and ask Minister, Fiona, whoever in this panel? Questions? Will you please, come on, stand up.
Good afternoon. I'm student of food technology, for Faculty for Food Technology, Food Safety and Ecology. I have a question for Minister.
Fair enough.
Montenegro have one thermal power plant, and we know that energy sector is globally and in Montenegro the biggest source of GHG emissions. So what are the plans of Montenegro for future functioning thermal power plant, having in mind the forthcoming EU accession obligations and especially emission trading system, which will be operational for once Montenegro joins EU?
Thank you very much. So the question is Pljevlja, block 1, block 2, yes, no, and how about linking the two with the obligations in energy community? Okay, Minister.
Thank you, Sasha. Now when Sasha and Goran find money for this, it's much easier. And I was quite uncomfortable. It's easier to breathe. Thank you for the question. I think lots of people don't actually understand the complexity of this question. We need to understand that this installation, if you want to call it like it, was placed in Pljevlja 37 years ago. And zero ecological, I would say, reconstructions or reparations were ever done on it. So it was and is creating serious issues. So we have started a project of the ecological reparation of it, which is going to cost us 45 million euros. But it's not going to only decrease sulfur dioxide and other pollutants. It's also going to prepare Pljevlja for a central heating system. So the surpluses of hot water produced in thermal plant while operating are going to be distributed through the city. There is another thing I need to say while answering your question, and I am obliged on this as a human being. We were throwing lots of rocks on thermal plant in Pljevlja because of the air pollution in the city itself. With the thorough studies of some serious people like the gentleman on my left, we have came to conclusion that the vast majority of the particles found in the air during the winter time are particles that are coming from the individual fireplaces. There are some, I think few, I don't remember the name of the street, it's Skerlice Street, somewhere in the center of Pljevlja, where the I would say local heating places for some local neighborhood. This is what makes the biggest damage to Pljevlja. So a power plant is going to be obviously aligned with all European standards once the reconstruction is finished, and it's already started. And B, we're going to eliminate basically the biggest pollutant, air pollutant in Pljevlja, and that's the individual fireplaces. I hope I've gave you fairly satisfactory answer.
Thank you very much. More questions? Anybody would like to use the opportunity? Time is running. Sir.
Hvala puno. Viktor Subotić, kancelarija UNDP iz Podgorice. Evo ja bih iskoristio priliku da upitam ministra Radulovića također. Crna Gora globalno nije značajan emiter ili je minoran, da kažem, emiter gasova sa efektom staklene bašte. Dosta je priče danas bilo u okviru panela vezano upravo za emisije gasova sa efektom staklene bašte.
Why you speak Montenegrin?
Zbog publike, I may switch to English, no problem at all. So the question.
The panel understands. We don't have facility. Sorry.
Okay,
apologies.
sorry. Viktor Subotić, UNDP country office. So the question would be to Minister Radulović as well. Making distinguish between adaptation and mitigation. You talked quite a lot about the mitigation aspects of climate change, but since Montenegro is not that big emitter, or rather to say it's a minor one, Minister, from your perspective, what would be, let's say, the right way to approach the adaptation to climate change as we are facing it with it on everyday basis? We do have one of the maybe coldest May in history.
Thank you very much. It's clear. Basically, you're raising an issue. Adaptation or mitigation or both, but this is the question for the others as well. Minister, if you want to start, maybe Hervé will also join.
I will just say a few sentences. I don't think it can be separated.
Fair.
I don't think, I'm not an expert, we will hear the science, but I don't think, as far as I'm informed and I'm trying to listen to the experts, I don't think you can separate this. And what we do, a part of mitigation, we have drafted a law on protection from the negative impacts of the climate changes. It was sent in April this year. I asked my associates from this, I don't miss the date, I think it was April this year. Yeah, it was sent to European Commission for an opinion. And it basically prescribes the documents and the way of the behavior, all the documents and all the strategies that should be adapted. So we're dealing with it, even though the absolute numbers are small, we are more than keen to contribute on a global level, because only then we can expect the big ones, the big polluters, to behave in a manner that would help the planet.
So politics says both mitigation and adaptation at the same time. What the EU bureaucracy says about this? Mitigation versus adaptation, or both?
But I think I said it very clearly earlier. I mean, you can't have one without the other.
Super. What the science says?
Well, I do think it has to be done both ways, but maybe it requires some thinking about it, because the objectives are not always exactly the same. So there is a necessity to align the two problems, which, to my mind, I have been experimenting that, as I said, in southwest of France, where I had to give some advice to the local governments. We have two kinds of problems. One which can be cured at very short amount of time, short notice. Yeah, things moves you can do right on the spot. You have many things that require new infrastructures. It can be protecting the shoreline. It can be changing agricultural practice. It can be trying to better, as you mentioned, the air quality. And probably the most important, because I think the most important action that need to be protected, most important assets is wildlife. Wildlife is something that really needs protection and needs specific protection. All that requires time. And as climate change is actively occurring, the situation 20 years from now will be different from the situation right now. So we need to have some adaptation, which is an anticipative adaptation. And to my experience, this is the most difficult thing we can have to convince the decision makers to take into account. We need to project ourselves 20 years from now and try to imagine what will happen and take the necessary decisions right now.
Thank you very much. Sanjin Avdić, thank you very much for joining us from Sarajevo, a day after the Big Bayram. Congratulations to all of those who have celebrated and are still in the celebration mood. So, Sanjin, tell us what practically UNDP does, through your hands, with your hands, on energy efficiency in public premises, and then we'll discuss whether we are doing the same in Montenegro or not. Please.
Thank you very much. I just need a presentation. First of all, thank you for having me here, and we'll start immediately. I also agree that climate change adaptation and mitigation goes one with another, and what I will try to do today is to show you what we in Bosnia and Herzegovina tried to do and the lessons learned we did in the public sector buildings. We talk here about public sector buildings, which is basically mitigation. First of all, we will talk about the context. And for the context, I will use two quotes. One is from a Swiss economist, and I think he's also into energy. His name is Daniel Ganchner. He's a professor. And he says, it's not a problem. We know how geothermal energy works. We know how to build cars with better batteries, engines. We know how to insulate homes. But the key thing is the question whether we have the guts to redirect the flow of money. That's it. The difference between commitment and to do actually something is quite big. So every country, every candidate country and pre-candidate country in the Southeast Europe basically committed to something, to the EU accession, to UNFCCC with their biannual unit reports and other commitments. But to do something, it's another story. And another gentleman, Barack Obama, the former president of the United States of America, he said, the simplest act of retrofitting these buildings, windows and doors, is one of the fastest, easiest, and cheapest thing we can do to put Americans back to work. Now, this is the perspective of how you talk to and put climate change mitigation in this case, but also climate change adaptation on a high political agenda. It's labor, it's Ministry of Finance, it's Ministry of Health, it's multi-sectoral. So there are two challenges we are facing generally in the Southeast Europe. First one is the decision to redirect the flow of money. Redirect from where? Well, due to very low energy costs, basically all of our countries in the region have cross-subsidizing energy prices. We can argue about that, is it okay or not? There are social issues, yes, we can argue on that, but energy prices are rather low. The other thing is this is the greatest opportunity we can have to generate employment due to relative high unemployment rates in our country. So I'll give you one example from adaptation and mitigation combined from my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina. 2014 floods happened devastating pretty much in Serbia, Croatia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. 15% of the GDP of Bosnia and Herzegovina, of 1 year GDP, were the economic losses, 15%. That's one thing. This is adaptation. Now moving to the mitigation, climate change mitigation. We are very coal rich country, very coal rich country. And we have a mining tradition. And in a country where 23%, according to ILO, employment rate, and ILO does include the gray economy, if you exclude the gray economy, it's about 45% of unemployment in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Our mining industry, directly with coal, generates 16,000 jobs. 16,000 jobs. So the context is pretty much known. We know how to increase energy efficiency. It's not something new. We know how to utilize renewable energy. Reducing emissions, we have the EUTS, European Emission Trading Scheme Directive. Other EU directives, EPBD, EED, Industrial Directive, and so on. So, but the question is whether we have the guts to redirect the flow of money. How can we generate employment? We have to come up with seed the money. And this is the difference between commitment and to actually do something of every government in the Southeast Europe. So seed money, seed funds, because then you generate attractiveness, investments, which at the end leads to employment. The green growth model, if you would like, very easy, developed by a German professor. If you would like to increase energy efficiency, the first thing you have to do is increase investments. You can't do it without investing. You can't do it without investing into changing of windows, putting insulations or photovoltaic and so on. By doing so, you develop new professions. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, 10 years ago, we didn't have energy auditors. We didn't have it. Then the EPBD directive came, Energy Performance Building Directive, and it changed it. Now we have energy auditors, as well as many other professions, new professions. And you have market development. By increasing investments, you also reduce your energy costs. You, in theory, increase the purchasing power of inhabitants. And basically, what you also do by doing so is you develop the existing professions, which are already there. And you have economic development. This is the story of climate change, how you sell it and put it on a high political agenda, according to our experience in Bosnia and Herzegovina. You have to increase these investments. That's the key. So, how we did it? There's one project called the Green Economic Development Project. And the Green Economic Development Project, it's all about energy efficiency in public sector buildings. You won't read it from the title, but it's energy efficiency for public sector buildings. Right now, it's almost a 7-8 year project. It's about 22 million euros. 22 million euros grant. But I will come back to that grant. Is it good or not? The government of Sweden supports it, more than 10 million euros, and there are environmental funds from Republika Srpska and Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I knew that you established the Eco Fund in Montenegro. Congratulations. Cantons and UDES and UNDP co-financing it with 12 million euros. So, the key is what we did before. Until 2012 in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we had pilot projects. Here and there, we would do a public sector building, and that's it. Then we tried to institutionalize it through a systematic approach to energy management, to base our decision on some data, where we invest and why we invest. And then we have this follow-up phase, which is a favorable energy efficiency investment environment. And now we will talk about this. And this is a process. But you can't just commit, you have to actually do it. And this is a description of the Bosnian model used for public sector buildings. First, you generate interest, show savings, show employment, show reallocation of savings. For example, in the healthcare industry, where out of the energy costs or the energy savings, you reinvest into medical equipment. You create ownership by the government, by the end users. You develop and adopt self-sustainable financial mechanisms, because without that, you can't do it. This is mostly related to polluter pays mechanisms. And then you decrease the grant or donor support. Why? Because financing, you have to advocate that energy efficiency and renewable energy are revenue generating. This is what they are. They make profit or they make savings. Depends on the perspective how you would like to take it. Create appetite for loan financing and try to provide technical assistance and small grants. How we did it? First part, generate interest in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Well, we retrofitted until now, including this year, more than 160 public sector buildings throughout Bosnia and Herzegovina. And these weren't small investments, these were deep retrofits. These are the numbers. Amount of direct CO2 emission reduction, 11,300 tons. Now, when you talk to the ministers, which are outside of the Ministry of Environment, to the Ministry of Finance, or to the Prime Minister, he can't really take much out of this 11,300 tons of CO2. But what he is interested in are these 1,700 green jobs generated throughout this project in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And also another thing is the 2 million euros annually savings in the budget every year. How to generate interest? You have to do the empirical study for yourself. So we did it. Zeleni poslovi, green jobs, study from 2016. And this study shows that, empirical study, I would like to repeat, 1 million euro investments into energy efficiency measures in public sector buildings in Bosnia and Herzegovina generates 98 full-time equivalent annual jobs. In Bulgaria, this is 53, I think. In Germany, it's 18. In the United States of America, it's 11. So it depends on the context. It depends where you are. It depends what you need in order to do these investments. This is for Bosnia and Herzegovina. When you do your public buildings retrofits, when you do your study, you can easily talk then to politicians and put energy efficiency or climate change mitigation on a high political agenda.
I didn't understand this. Why there is a difference between how many jobs are created in Bulgaria and in Montenegro or Bosnia? Or
because those countries which already reduced their energy efficiency, they are more into more sophisticated measures, which are more of management and behavioral measures than that you need labor, physical labor on the building.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the difference.
Thank you.
That's another thing.
I didn't want to say this, I wanted him to say this.
So we generated interest in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now, the second thing is where the country, the government has to step in. Without it, it's not possible. You create ownership. What's the best way in the Balkans to create ownership? Participation in investments. That's the best way. The problem in Bosnia and Herzegovina we faced, luckily you did not face this. After the war, there were a lot of donations. So our ministers, our governments got used to 100% donations, right? And our behavior has to change in that sense. So how did we create ownership? We said the project will finance up to 50% of any investment into a public sector building. Up to 50%. For €1 we give, you give at least €1. And then you compete against each other. And here you can see the investment ratio. So every year, from 2014 until 2018, in 2014 we had 40% investments. So we had to invest a little bit more. In 2018 we have 81% investments by the government, cantons, end users, and so on. The leverage is 310% in 2018. We even have the World Bank loan from the B project, Bosnia Energy Efficiency Project, working in both entities, Republika Srpska and Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, participating in those things. And the total investment is more than 20 million in only 4 years in public sector buildings. So this is how you create ownership. Very important, you can't stop here. You have to develop self-sustainable financial mechanisms for investments. You have the Eco Fund. We have 2 environmental funds, Republika Srpska and Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now it's working. So there are different financial mechanisms. What our stakeholders like to do is to provide grant financing. But since energy efficiency is revenue generating, you can't base everything on grant financing, and you should not, because you should fade out. You should include the revolving fund, soft loans. You should go to revolving fund and soft loans from commercial financial institutions. ESCO guarantees, and something which is still science fiction in Bosnia and Herzegovina, forfeiting. So basically, where are we now in Bosnia and Herzegovina? It's here. So we have grant financing and we have the revolving fund. And now we face challenges. Why do we face challenges? Our 2 environmental funds in Bosnia and Herzegovina have a total more than 30 million euros annually for energy efficiency, wastewater treatment plants, waste management, soil contamination, and so on. So for the environment, let's put it that way. 30 million euros annually. The problem with those guys is that they do understand grant financing. You apply, you get a grant. Revolving soft loans, you have to teach and educate your employees. So you have to build capacities in these eco funds and agencies to understand the flow of money, to track your investments. These are more complex financial mechanisms, and this is the problem. So you can't stop there. You have to teach continuously those guys. decrease your grant support, which leads to increased co-financing by end users. And yeah, we showed this already. From 2018 to 2020, our grant support is up to 33%. We don't give more. And only this year in Canton Sarajevo, we will retrofit 35 public sector buildings. Only this year, with this co-financing amount. And maybe from 21 to 23, we will go to 10% from the project. 90% has to be allocated from somewhere else. IFIs, budget, or so on. And I will finish with this and another slide. Back in 2015, our financing for energy efficiency was $7 million for public sector buildings. Only 13% were not grant-based, so 87% were grants. We got $17 million from the Green Climate Fund, $17 million grant, because we assured $105 million co-financing in order to have, in 2025, $27 million annually for public sector buildings, out of which only 15% will be grants. Everything else will be soft loans or something similar. You can't do it, sectoral transformation, only with grants. It's not possible. So, the conclusion, you have to ensure seed investments. You have to ensure it. And it's one thing is obligation, one thing is commitment, other thing is actually to do it. So the question is whether we have the guts to redirect the flow of money. If you do seed financing, you create ownership, and this is basically your very first step to unlocking green growth potential, according to our experience in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sangin. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sangin. As we have touched upon the money, you prove it is very much about the money and the readiness to invest into green growth. I'd like to briefly, as we've run out of time, come back to you, Fiona, and to you, Minister, following this presentation, but please be brief. So one, are you considered, I mean, you've been the boss, the big boss of the UNDP Montenegro until recently, so you know it. Are you considering similar things being done here and supported by UNDP for Montenegro?
Okay. Well, the logic of the intervention is very strong, yep. And I think it would be a great opportunity if Montenegro was able to capture that Green Climate Fund financing to set up the beginnings of this model. There's been some good work done on the informal sector and repurposing the informal sector and showing that it would be cost effective to regulate those housing units better and then give incentives for them to invest in energy efficiency measures. There's also huge opportunities in new build and in the construction sector as it currently exists. So I think there's a huge potential here. It's underexploited and there's much more that could be done.
Okay. Thanks. Minister, anything as a follow-up to this engagement of the government?
Good again. I'm getting used to this.
Sorry.
It's fine. So, yep, we're actually having two. One is pretty much identical, and it's undertaken by Ministry of Economy. Anyone from Ministry of Economy? It's a very similar project. We're retrofitting the public buildings. I don't know the exact number of buildings. I can't because it's not my. But I know that the next one is Ministry of Finances. And it's an old building, so we have some of the administration in Montenegro is based in very old buildings, which are a part of everything else, a monument. So it's even harder to retrofit them, but it's getting done. So I know that the famous high school that I went to in Podgorica was retrofitted lately. Many of the elementary schools were retrofitted through this project. But we're working with UNDP as we're working like they're really critical factor in our generally sustainable development agenda. And I'm really grateful to Fiona, and I hope that she's going to be succeed. I would say properly, but in a really right manner, because we really worked closely, and I believe we have achieved things. One of the projects which might not be, again, in absolute numbers, very representative, but as an idea, as a guiding star is we're reducing a carbon print in tourism, because tourism is a rapidly growing branch. It also emits a carbon, so we're basically supporting, co-financing the innovative projects which are implementing ideas and technologies which are reducing the CO2 emissions. So we are actually working on, it's a very similar concept in Montenegro. It's financed in a different manner, but yeah, and I think it is the proper way to move forward. This is why I say the first taxis and the public vehicles, and I believe that this approach is exactly the same. If you want to insist on something with the citizens, you better do it first in the administration. You show by the example, not by the command.
Thank you very much, Minister. As a kind of a draft ideas, the notes I've taken from this conversation, I'd like to conclude the panel by saying the following few things. The first one, well, we have heard there is a full synergy between the Agenda 2030 and the EU accession process, especially when it comes to Chapter 27. Then we have learned that Montenegro is fully in line with EU and UN FCCC policies and the obligations, particularly when it comes to the emission of greenhouse gas emission. There is a decrease of 30%, which is noted in the report. Montenegro stays committed to improvement of industrial technology, increase of the share of renewable energy sources, will strive for transformation of development of economy and society characterized by low emission of the greenhouse gas. Montenegro is vulnerable to climate change as anybody else in this part of the world and elsewhere, and we are aware of these scenarios. Therefore, being small emitter globally of the greenhouse gas, adapting to climate change seems very important, as important as it is to continuously insist on implementation of agreed benchmarks when it comes to mitigation of the climate change, to the extent Montenegro can support the whole process. Well, we have seen the national adaptation plans to be developed in the forthcoming period is of crucial importance. And finally, I'd like to say that Montenegro intends to invest in infrastructural projects which will contribute to the overall reduction of the emission. The greatest in the period 2015-2030 are planned in energy sector. This was we touched upon on this sector, and therefore the national strategies in the area of climate change stipulates and provides guidelines in this respect as well. Well, once again, I'd like to express my gratitude to the UNDP team, to the government of Montenegro, to the organizers, to all of you guys for being so patient. Thank you very much. Please give an applause. So 5 minutes, not...
Igor, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you now to a lunch break. The conference is envisaged to continue in an hour and a half at 2:30. During the lunchtime, you can also join us at the side event stage of the conference where science, technology, and innovation meet to signal that the future has begun. The lunch is served in the room next to this and also in another room which can be reached via terrace. Thank you all.
Dear guests, welcome back. We are continuing our conference, Green Days 2019.
Many fields of contemporary industry already strive towards becoming green, as the public opinion increasingly pressure businesses on the importance of safeguarding the environment for the generations to come. A number of companies realize it already and are continuously looking for solutions to contribute to this trend. E-mobility is one of such solutions. In this regard, our partners, Renault Alliance and Institute Hrvoje Požar, displayed in front of the hotel 100% electric Nissan Leaf, a global leader in electric cars. Also displayed for the sake of the conference is the new Mitsubishi Outlander plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, a groundbreaking model of the next generation of electric vehicles. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is here. I have the honor to announce the panel discussion on e-mobility, and I invite panel moderator, Mr. Dusan Lukic, editor of the Avto magazine from Slovenia, and the panelists to join us on the stage. Please.
So, thank you very much, and welcome to this e-mobility panel. When we are talking about ecology, moving towards sustainable future, some of the concepts that are involved with that are very in the cloud, so it's kind of hard to realize them, to accept them, but e-mobility is not one of them. E-mobility is a concept that is very easy, actually, for an everyday person to see. There is an electric car, there is a charging station, you charge, you drive, there are no local emissions, that's it. Unfortunately, it looks like that from the front side. When you look in the backstage, it's much more complicated, and my colleagues, panelists, will be able to tell you a little bit more. So with us here is Domagoj Puzak. He's in charge, basically, of e-mobility at HEP, at Hrvatska elektroprivreda in Croatia. Then it's Patrik Križanski. He is in charge, or he's the boss of the Slovakian Electric Vehicles Association, but he's also a very successful businessman in many other technological fields. True, Patrick? Then, of course, we have, and I'm very glad to have her here, we have Dragica Sekulic, Minister of Economy from Montenegro. Simon Schäfer-Stadowski, he's CEO of ICAM Institute, which is a German institute for climate protection and energy and mobility. We have Igor Vušanović, who is Dean of the Faculty of the Mechanical Engineering here in Podgorica. And last but not least, sorry Vesna Bukarica, she's from the Energy Institute Hrvoje Požar from Croatia, and she will also have a small presentation about the study that they did about bringing e-mobility to Montenegro. But first, I will start with a really short, not presentation, because there will be no slides, just a little bit about e-mobility in Slovenia. Why? Well, Slovenia, and then we have here Croatia, we have Montenegro, we used to be a part of the same country once. And what is even more interesting, besides that we can all speak the same language still, is that the e-mobility is basically the most developed in Slovenia, a little bit less in Croatia, and now it's spreading to other parts. And of course, also it will be coming, it is already here in Montenegro. Why I say that it is, because this Nissan Leaf that you can see in front, actually it's used by the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, and Mr. Vušanović is actually testing the charging station, so they get a little bit more insight on what is happening on the e-mobility stage regarding to technology. Now, Slovenia is quite developed, similar to Slovakia, so we have about 12, 13, 1,400 electric cars in use, most of them by private owners. I will tell you a little bit later why is that important, and we will see it. We also have about 700 charging stations already, but what is funny is that our e-mobility started 3-4 years ago. It has grown quite a lot, but we only got our strategy as part of wider strategy for protection of the environment last year, and we don't have an action plan in Slovenia that would implement that strategy. It will be probably passed in a few months, maybe until the end of the year. So that, on one side, that shows that you can grow e-mobility without plans. It is a little bit unorganized. There are some people that are disappointed in the end, but basically, e-mobility, you can see, is here to stay. That's not a fad, that it will not go away. People have already begun to realize it. So there are a lot of them that have bought electric cars. There are a lot of private charging stations. So these things actually do work, whether there is some organized input from the state or not. But of course, it's much easier and much better if it is. Now, The question is, of course, what kind of input do you need? And the experiences from around the world are actually quite different. You have countries that have invested a lot of money in e-mobility, for example, Norway. It's a little bit funny because their wealth comes from the sovereign fund that is filled by oil money, but let's not be picky about where the money comes from. And they basically subsidize almost half of the price of the car because you don't pay any tax when you buy an electric car, which is in Norway almost half of the price of the car, and so on, and so on. And on the other hand, you have, for example, Germany that does not have these big investments, at least not on the state level, in e-mobility, but both actually work. So maybe we can start with the debate with the panelists, and maybe I'll start with you, Simon. So the Germany is one of the most developed countries when we come to the e-mobility in Europe, but you have managed to do it without this big state-subsidized investment. So is it a recipe that can be translated to smaller countries, that can be translated to Montenegro? Is it a good recipe or a bad recipe, actually?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and thank you to having me here. It's really a pleasure and a perfectly organized event. I want to say this first, much better than most events in Berlin are. And I think it's a kind of a myth that Germany is a perfect role model when it comes to electromobility. For example, we have only a rate of 1 till 2% of electrical cars when it comes to new sales. And we will miss our 2020 targets, the target, which is to have 1 million electrical cars in Germany. So obviously that is not enough. And even though we are accounting in plug-in hybrids and fuel cell cars, we still will not have this 1 million cars in 2020. So we will miss the German climate protection targets in this case, the European targets, and the Paris Agreement targets. So I think that's also one of the reasons why Fridays for Future, the other movements are raising, which I support. But I think we can talk about lessons learned. So what can we learn from the German example? And the main thing I see is that we need to establish a clear strategy for electric cars, which in the optimal way would result into binding legislation, so that it is not only a strategy, but something that is binding the governmental bodies. And that should include at least 3 things we were discussing yesterday in preparation of this panel. It should include answers how to build up the infrastructure. And there the main thing we can learn from Germany is that we have to legally clarify, how the different governmental bodies should work together when it comes to planning the charging stations, when it comes to the parking spots, when it comes to grid connection, when it comes to non-discriminatory access, and to control all of this. Because in this, we have it's a mess in Germany in this case. And second, we have to have a strategy for the supply side. We need a market ramp up for electric cars that can probably be done if we incentivize the fleet operations, the fleet operators to switch to electric cars. That could be, again, governmental body fleets. It could be the public transport fleets, or such things like taxi fleets that we have to specify maybe in a law again. And then the next thing with the supply side is that we have to still tighten the emission obligations, because I find we can see it results already in raising the costs for conventional cars. One example is that Tesla is now selling its emission certificates to German OEMs like Volkswagen, and they pay a high price for it. So that has also a cost effect. And the third thing then is that the one I can't say less about, but the third thing is the demand side, how to convince the people to drive electric cars. Maybe that results out of if we do the first things in a good way, then maybe we have it easier to convince the people to drive electric cars. One typical instrument is this bonus system. If you buy an electric car, you get 5,000, 7,000, 10,000, you name it, as a bonus, or we do it by tax regulation, and to incentivize, for example, that we have no VAT on electric cars or something like this. So that's for me the three main points. And if you do this in Montenegro, you are immediately in a better position than Germany is.
So you said it's the hardest thing is to persuade people to buy electric cars. So how to do that? Patrick, you come from a market that is quite well developed. You have, I think, over 1,000 electric cars already in Slovakia. But on the other hand, you have this big car industry that mostly produces still ICE cars. So how did Slovakia incentivize on one hand the users to buy them, and on the other hand, how did the country and how did the lobby groups and so on keep this balance between not offending the industry, keeping the politics happy, and promoting e-mobility to normal people?
Thank you, Dusan. We have actually 2,000 EVs now, so just statistically. Well, lessons learned from Slovakia. We started in 2011 with the first EV charger in Bratislava. Since then, we deployed tens of fast chargers. I'm not sure now about the number, but it's somewhere at 100 fast chargers. I'm not really counting the AC chargers because to me they are switchboards somewhere in the field. But they are very important, of course.
I will just a little bit. So for those of you who don't understand, sure. Fast chargers, slow chargers. So basically, fast chargers are these really fast DC chargers that can charge an electric car in like half an hour, 45 minutes, and the slow chargers take overnight or a few hours and work on the AC energy. So
yeah, AC chargers are basically for night charging and for longer, so let's say 4 or 5 hours parking. The fast chargers are for tens of minutes charging. Well, as we discussed, we actually should deliver some lessons learned. I would just divide it into two fields. One is actually visibility, to make the e-mobility visible for the government, for the population, and to allow for development. And the second thing is actually innovation. So as for Slovakia, and you mentioned that, Dusan, that we are like #1 country per capita and the biggest producer of cars. We have four OEMs in Slovakia. 2 of them are actually making EVs, Volkswagen and Peugeot. One is actually getting ready for that, Jaguar, and the fourth one, I don't know, Kia. They're still hesitating in general. But if you want, and if I start with the second, if you want actually incentivize the local value added into automotive, and you want to create the most innovations in the country, you should be visible with your innovations. And obviously, none of the OEMs actually speak about anything else but autonomous cars and e-mobility. So you should be on the map of e-mobility. So that's very important to bring local R&D centers, local engineers, and local SMEs to provide something to big OEMs. They actually turn to e-mobility slowly, but they're actually going this direction. Visibility, as I said, we started in 2011 with the first AC charger. I would really suggest to start with charging stations somewhere. Okay, so, I mean, they should be visible for the first front runners. And I mean, if you want to buy an EV, you need to charge it somewhere, and not everybody has a garage at home. And obviously, the most important EV usages or utilization is in the urban areas with apartment buildings, so not garages. So my recommendation would be to go like the first pilot into charging stations. Not many, because that will actually develop by itself. We have actually two operators. One is the local E.ON branch, and the other one is actually the SME that started with charging stations, and actually they moved to Poland, Baltic, so we actually have operator from Slovakia operating also the northern part of Europe. So I would really suggest to have some scheme to support charging stations. The best would be just to go for villages, for municipalities. I mean, they should get opportunity to build at least some visibility for charging. And the second thing is actually to make people more motivated to buy the cars. I'm not saying now that we should subsidize the purchase with lots of money, but we started with the strategy in 2014. Since then, we actually have action plan, and one of the measures is actually supporting scheme for EVs, for EV purchase. The first actually was in 2017 with 5 million euro, which actually started all the discussion. Now we're discussing the next one in the second half. 2019 should be a reality, and they will actually give some momentum and some motivation to start with the EVs. We shouldn't stay there because I mean at the end of the day, car is the consumer good. So let's not subsidize too much, but I would really recommend to look at visibility for general population, maybe for SMEs, so that they can actually buy, and for municipalities to buy cars for municipal police, post office, or whatever, and then to work on the local innovation potential towards the big trend in automotive, and that's e-mobility.
And that's a great thing to say because, Mr. Vušanović, you as a Dean of the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, you cannot cooperate with car industry because Montenegro does not have car industry, but you can do some stuff on research. So the educational sector itself, I think will be a very important part here in Montenegro. Yes. You have already started, as I understand. You have an electric car. So there are options that you can do to help the e-mobility here, right?
Yes. Actually, every engineer, especially mechanical engineers, are a great fan of cars. So then when the electric cars came up, so we take opportunity, and we wanted to promote because we educate engineers to use new technologies, and we believe that e-mobility lab that we formed at the faculty will help to promote the e-mobility in the country in a way that we will open the lab for all consumers. We already installed the one charger, which is 7 kilowatts, and I take this opportunity to thanks to the donors of the two companies, System M&A, it's one small company from Montenegro, and of course, company Allianz, who gave us a car and gave us the opportunity to train with the people and with the students at the first. And then we will offer our services to the other interested people. We are ready to go to the schools, to the public places, to the events like this, to promote mobility with more data, because we are very interested to share the data that we will collect during the testing period. We just get a car because there was some stocks because of legal registration and so on, and we are just in the beginning of the process. And then we will have more data, let's say in 3 months or 6 months, that we are ready to share with the community, and especially to introduce the people and convince the people that buying of electric car is much cheaper in exploitation than using the car with the internal combustion engines. So we believe that we have to work on 2 pylons. One is building on infrastructure, and another one is giving the subsidies to buying such cars. Because without subsidies, people will not, at the beginning, because they are still expensive, and we need some, we already established the Eco Fund, as far as I know, and then we expect that we will have, in the second part of this year, the starting of the process, and that the people will be able to apply for money and to push the people to buy a car. We wanted to show with our examples that we are ready to jump in that process and to promote the e-mobility from the engineering point of view, I can say.
Okay, so now we've seen from the, let's say, legislative point of view, a little bit from the car point of view, but there is the third point of view that has to be examined, and that's the grid. Domagoj, you know a lot about it, all the problems that can turn up when you say let's start by building the chargers, the slow chargers, the fast chargers, and then you can run into problems with the grid. So what are the things that have to be watched out for when we are talking about building an e-mobility on a scale in a country like this when it comes to the grid?
Okay, let's not go into all the problems because it will take us entire evening. So far in Croatia we have built more or less, I don't know, the number is between 100 and 150 chargers. Some of them are deployed in some garage of the mall or in some hotel, but let's talk about publicly accessible chargers that are deployed all along the cities, some intercity roads, and now we are deploying them on the TNT network on the highways. From my point of view, from my experience, the grid is more or less ready. When I say that's more or less ready, I have to say that from a technical point of view, everything is doable. Everything can be done. You just increase the power of the transform station somewhere close to the place where you need to deploy, I don't know, 1 or 2 or 5 chargers, and you need 50, 100, maybe 200 kilowatts, which is a significant power. So there are pretty much 3 things that you have to talk about, and I'm really glad that Montenegro decided to hear about it and talk about it before deploying the network, because now we are in a tricky situation where we have something done and now we are trying to get everyone on the same page regarding it. So first thing is when you talk about the grid, we always talk about the distribution system operator. It's good to create some kind of a optimal, usual technical solution for the charger, because charger is a standardized equipment, and it's a good thing to avoid all the main designs, all the documentation that needs to be done to create a connection to the grid. The other thing is we managed to create some kind of part of the civil work law that a charger is a simple object. When I say it's a simple object, it doesn't need a building permit. Trust me, it really made things a lot easier. That's another thing because, again, a charger is really standardized equipment. It has the standards, it has the communication standard, it has the connectors, it has all the protections and blah, blah, blah. So it's really convenient thing to do. So when you deploy a charger, you think, okay, that's it, cool. But now the real job starts. Operating a charger, maintaining the charger, maintaining the entire grid of the chargers is really costly. When I say costly, I mean that there's not much energy. I mean, in Croatia, if I talk about 100 to 200 chargers, I talk about also 500 or 600 cars, which is really not enough to create an optimal chicken or egg situation. The thing is that if you have a charger where maybe one person will come and charge their car, or you have a charger in the city center where Uber drivers and taxi drivers have electric car, they know it's free of charge, so they use it, you have like 500 sessions of that charger. There's an initial cost of the capacity used in the grid, let's just make it simple, that's the same on charger that had 1 or 2 sessions and charger that had 500 sessions. And it's really not the optimal thing to do, and it's really not feasible enough for us to think about investing and to creating entire comprehensive network of chargers and to believe that we will get our investment back in like reasonable time. So those are really 3 things. And again, I'm really glad that Montenegro decided to talk about it now, to hear the experiences. And if you do that, you will get in front of Croatia really fast.
Okay, so we've heard a little bit about the problems, the experiences, the solutions from these countries, but now, of course, we have to turn to Montenegro, and I'm glad that we have a Minister of Economy here with us. And I know that your ministry has been one of the most proponent ones for the e-mobility. So, and it is good that you started with in a really, let's call it, organized scientific way. So what are actually the first steps that you are taking? What will you do?
First of all,
I have to congratulate the organizers for organizing such a kind of event here in Montenegro. It's really great to have all of you here to talk about these topics and to have the possibility to hear what are the experiences of others. The other thing is when we are talking about the energy efficiency, renewables, substitution of the fossil oils, I believe that Montenegro could be a good example. I will use the opportunity because, okay, I'm an engineer, but I'm the politician, and I will use the opportunity when we have such kind of crowd here to say that, for example, last 10 days, we are providing the supply of the electricity in Montenegro only from the renewables. So we, in last 10 days, we didn't need to make any kind of the import of the electricity, and we had the thermal power plant off for last 10 days. So it shows that we really would like to use the opportunity because we believe that our countries did not use the opportunity of the coal industry in the last decades, and we believe that renewable industry and the innovations are actually our chance, not the obligation. When we are talking about the e-mobility, yes, we have the let's say, the approach where we would like to hear the experience of the others, but at the same time, together with UNDP, we organize, let's say, the UNDP orders on behalf of the Ministry of Economy, the study from, let's say, very good friends and very, let's say, great institute from Zagreb, about what are the chances which Montenegro could use in the sphere of the e-mobility. So our idea was to have a good picture of where we are right now, what are the experiences of the region, giving us, let's say, some kind of tips and hints, what can we do to be fast, and what can we do to, let's say, use as much of this opportunity of, for example, touristic destination like Montenegro is. So our idea is to hear the results of the study and to have 3 parallel directions where we are going to do. First direction is to see is our legislation good enough, not only in a way of are we giving a good basis for the implementation. As my colleague from Croatia said, sometimes the legislation is giving a good basis, but when we come to the real implementation, we are coming to some kind of the obstacles for, let's say, for example, with the construction licenses, connection licenses, I don't know, pricing of such kind of the approach, because sometimes, you know, those are quite new revolutionary things for utilities. So we have to be ready to not be the obstacle for those who are ready to do it on a market basis. That's one thing, one direction. The other direction is to work, let's say, with the public utilities to see who are the possible beneficiaries and who are those who would have the interest to invest in such kind of let's say, investment, buying of the e-cars or constructing of the chargers. And the third thing is to see what the state can do, what the government can do, what kind of incentives are we talking about. I'm not, before this life I used to be some kind of a banker, and I don't like some kind of distortion of the, or making a market different by giving incentives. What kind of incentives could be good? Because we had a great example a few years ago when my ministry and the government were facing with, let's say, small usage of a biomass in our houses, in our, let's say, institutions. And there was always egg and chicken situation. Who is going to do it first? Are we going to invest or to make a framework for the investors to buy the factories of a pellet, or we are going to invest in those who are going to buy the pellet? And then we decided to give the subsidies in a way to subsidize the interest on the loans by the commercial banks for buying of the biomass heaters. By that, we are having few thousand heaters in houses in Montenegro, and then the investors find the interest to invest into the factories for the biomass production. So I believe personally that maybe it would be good to have such kind of the approach, to have a subsidized loans for buying of the electric cars, to make it more, let's say, affordable for those who will use it. I do not say it to the citizens exactly, because I believe that we firstly have to start with the public transport, with the taxi services, with all those who really need cars, because I believe that it depends on how much do you drive. Will it be interesting for you to shift? And really, deeply, personally, I believe that culturally it is important that we as a government give the incentives for those who would like to invest into the e-cars, chargers into the sector of e-mobility. But let me see what would be the smartest way. Will it be through the subsidies of the loans to the SMEs, to the public transport, to those who is using the cars? Because there is a sense, we are talking about shifting from the fossil fuels to the electric cars, which wouldn't be easy in Montenegro. You know, Montenegrins would like to have very, a few thousand cubic meters, cubic centimeters of cars, which are using diesel or gas. But it is the cultural thing, shifting from fossil fuels to the power. And the other thing is substitution of the import, because Montenegro is importing 100% of oil. And we believe that with shifting from the conventional cars to the e-cars, then we will have the high percentage of substitution of the import of the oil.
Thank you. Now, Vesna, as the minister said, you know, that people here like their cars. When you did the research, how much of this influence did you notice when you did the market research? How much do they even know about electric cars here, the general public?
Well, yes, in our research, we did a survey among the citizens to ask them how much they are acquainted with electric cars. And actually, 1/4 of respondents to that survey said that they are well familiar with electric. So 3/4 of the respondents said that they are not really familiar with the concept of e-mobility. We also learned that there are practically no experience in driving electric cars among the citizens. But then again, there is 30% of respondents who are thinking about electric vehicles, which is a good sign. So these are some findings that we learned from market assessment here, and will be presented shortly also in presentation.
You can do it right now, actually.
Yeah, thank you. I just removed one slide from the, yeah, thank you. So before I start, I really need to reflect on some issues said today. As our moderator said, there is a good thing that Montenegro decided to perform this kind of in-detail study. and that we are very actually happy to do this job with our partners UNDP from Montenegro, because I was sitting here this morning and I was listening to introductory speeches, and several times it was repeated that we need to put right policies in place. And just too often in our countries, I mean in this region, we look to Germany, we look to other role models, and we forget about our national circumstances, our habits, our way of living, and just too often we want to copy-paste some solutions from others and hope that everything will work out well. So this is why I think that UNDP and ministry are really making a good decision to study first, to see from different aspects the concept of e-mobility, and then to decide to put right policies in place. And one more thing before I start, I need to thank my team, my colleagues who are not here. They are promoting e-mobility outside of the hotel, but Bruno and Tomo are also here, so they are the brains behind this study. And also, we are still in progress. We are still fine-tuning the results and recommendations. So basically, this event is also a part of our study. And thank you very much, all of you, for coming here today. So let's start. So the question or TOR for these terms of reference for this task was well, quite simple. How to achieve transformational shift to low carbon road transport in Montenegro? Simple. Well, with emphasis on electric mobility. So what we have done is to analyze existing frameworks in Montenegro, meaning legal, strategic, institutional, and financial frameworks that are somehow connected to e-mobilities. As said, we performed market assessment, and then for some interesting selected cases, we performed cost-benefit analysis, and now the final outcome of this project would be some proposals for, and I would say not only financial incentives, but incentives in general to stimulate electromobility in Montenegro. So let's start with legislation, and very briefly with legislation. As you may see, we analyzed legislation from environmental protection, from energy, from public procurement, vehicles, taxation, and so on. And what we have learned, and why this smiley is so, is that still in Montenegro we don't have a directive on infrastructure for alternative fuels transposed in national legislation. And also there are some issues in energy legislation, especially related to tariff system, but I will show you one example which will explain this statement. We also analyzed the strategies, and when it comes to strategies, there is a sustainable development strategy until 2030. There is a new strategy for development of transport in preparation, which actually recognizes electric mobility explicitly as a part of road infrastructure. But in relation with directive on alternative fuels, there is no formally prepared or accepted national policy framework for infrastructure for alternative fuels. But I would like to say and to reflect on all activities that Ministry of Economy has performed on this matter. From another project, there are prepared studies, several studies, and actually action plan on energy efficiency and renewables in transport, which is, I think, a great step towards e-mobility policy in Montenegro. For institutional framework, I will not use time. It's here. We have all competent ministries, and what is also really good to say that we talked with all competent ministries, and they're all in favor of electric mobility and recognize really the significance of, well, I would say, of decarbonization of transport in Montenegro. And when it comes to financing, I can, maybe this smiley is too hard. Maybe it's not really that sad. Because you have an annual tax that you all pay for the use of motor vehicles, and if you are an owner of electric vehicle, you would not have to pay this tax, which is good, and which we actually here invite you not to change, but change this tax because it's not environmentally based. It's not based on environmental characteristics of vehicles and use of vehicles. So this is something which is like general recommendation. Of course, and this is what we already discussed, financial incentives for purchase of electric vehicles, for electric infrastructure, they're still not in place, but we heard so many times today from the morning onwards that EcoFund is established in Montenegro, and basically based on experiences from the region, from Slovenia, from Croatia, eco-funds may play really pivotal role, I would say, in promoting green development in general, not electric mobility only. Regarding the market assessment, well, there are lots of results here and not enough time to go through them, but what I would like to emphasize is that we made surveys in all here stated stakeholder groups, from car dealers, financial institutions, and potential e-mobility service providers on the supply side, but also on public sector, public transport companies, business sector, and citizens on the demand side. And there is always this question of chicken egg, whether someone will offer you electric car, but no one is demanding, and what is first. So basically this is the current situation in Montenegro as well. But some interesting results that I have already mentioned, and of course that this gray and black and white was not very smart move from my side. Yeah, well, anyhow, as I said, there is no experience in driving electric vehicles. People are still not very familiar with this concept. But we also asked people, these are results from the survey from the citizens, is what they find as the biggest barrier to e-mobility in Montenegro. And honestly, me personally, I thought that it will be high price of an electric vehicle, that majority will put this as the first barrier. But as you may see, or maybe not, but I will tell you, the first barrier perceived by the citizens in Montenegro is the lack of charging infrastructure. So this is the one result that is interesting, and that is also a basis for future development of policies. So of course, the high price of electric vehicles follows immediately after this barrier, so based on this current state of the play in Montenegro, we as analysts coming from very analytical backgrounds in our institute, we thought about the future. We used models for predicting future development of number of vehicles, personal vehicles in Montenegro, and possible developments, possible increase of the share of electric vehicles in the country. And based on that, we also made projection, this yellow line on needed number of charging points in the country. There are two scenarios. One is under some more conservative assumptions. The other is assuming higher increase in number of vehicles and then faster penetration of electric vehicles. But basically, this is how future might look like in analysts' point of view, what the possible development of electric mobility in Montenegro could be. But the question now is not to go too scientific here, is how to come to this future. What are the solutions? Are the incentives for purchase of electric vehicles one of the solutions? So for that purpose, we prepared a cost-benefit analysis, and I'm showing you only results on payback period for purchase of one vehicle by an average citizen. This is done for Volkswagen Golf. So we took difference between the initial price, but we then also put in calculation reduction of maintenance costs, reduction of tax that I just mentioned. We calculated in the analysis also the costs of putting home chargers and so on. Basically, let me come to the conclusions and show you this table in which you can see the payback periods depending on the annual kilometers that you drive and depending on the predicted or assumed level of subsidy. So this is just for you to look at it and to make your conclusions. Yeah, so, and we did it for public sector, we did it for business sector. For instance, if we go to business sector with really top level of cars, of high level, yeah, high category of cars, then these payback periods are much actually better. Then again, the question about the future, we need cars, we need infrastructure. But what's happening with infrastructure, and what we learned here is that in Montenegro you have really high price for engaged power. So basically, you can see in the first column here the differences of price of kilowatt in Slovenia, Croatia, and in Montenegro, and you see that this price is quite high. So just on hypothetical case, if you have a fast charger of 50 kilowatts and you have only one charge in a month, you will pay approximately 900 euros. And Again, hypothetically, if you charge your services 10 euros for charge, this means that you will have to have at least 3 charges per day in whole month just to cover this cost. So this is one clear recommendation in which direction to go in Montenegro, to look at the tariff system and to actually make it more favorable for electric mobility. Just an example, we traveled yesterday from Zagreb to Podgorica with plug-in hybrid vehicle. And we stopped at Dubrovnik airport to charge it in order to drive a little bit on electric drive. We saw that actually on airport in Dubrovnik in last 30 days, it was only 1 charge. Only 1 charge. Yeah. So this is something which is also interesting to hear, yeah, from practice. Then again, we also did analysis on whole society perspective and to answer the question whether incentivizing electric mobility would be beneficial for Montenegro. We identified benefits in terms of avoided CO2 emissions and put the monetary value on this CO2 emissions, and the results is that on cumulative basis until 2050, the monetary benefits of avoided CO2 emissions would be more than 500 million euros. So to be more precise, 530 million euros. This is calculated with assumed incentive. This is assumed. This is not still recommended. This is not something you should now grab on and stick to it. With assumed incentive per vehicle of 7,500 euros, that might be optimal because when you look at this euro per saved ton of CO2 parameter, it comes to that optimal level. Now, before I finish, and it's amazing how much I can talk with only a few slides. Just from the courtesy of Croatian Environmental Protection and Energy Efficiency Fund, there are several inspirational photographs to see what our fund actually stimulated from 2014 onwards. You can see charging station in public garages in city of Zagreb. For me, my let's say favorite program was to put charging stations in each and every natural park and protected area in Croatia, and actually to electrify their fleet. This is one interesting example of small city in the northern part of Croatia, which purchased electric cars for car sharing system for all public services. And below you can see this is the town which did not have actual public transport, so they introduced one public transport route, and they put these small electric buses on that route, and these buses are not new. They're not purchased new, but they were rebuilt to be electric. So this is also great promotional aspect. And last but not least, but the most recent example from Croatian Post. They started with electric bikes, but now they're going with these nice small cars and actually becoming leaders in electric mobility. So I think I'm done now. Yeah.
Thank you, Vesna. That was really interesting and really in-depth. Minister, you probably expected results similar to those. So.
Yes, but it's always good to have it at one place and see it. You know, I'm not happy with the results, but I'm very happy that we have something from which, some solid basis from which we can start. We were aware of a lot of things which were mentioned here, especially about the tariff model, because the tariff model, as Vesna mentioned, to not be, let's say, to be clear, we are not talking about the price of the electricity for the cars. We are talking about the price of the kilowatts or megawatts of capacity needed for the chargers, because the tariff system is not adjusted for the needs of the e-mobility or for the e-chargers, and that's something about which we have to work with the Regulatory Energy Agency and with energy utilities, and that is something which can be done fastly and something which can be solved fastly. What is interesting for us to hear from the study were what is actually the hurdle where after which we can talk about profitability of usage of e-cars. It is obvious from the slide that we are talking about those who are passing more than 20,000 kilometers annually. So then we are talking about the small and medium enterprises. We are talking about the public transport at the beginning. We are talking about taxi services. We are talking, as I said, about those who are using the cars for delivery, who are using the cars for delivery of people and goods. So though it is good to know that it should be our first focus group. And then, as Vesna said, okay, EcoFund or whatever public resources we're talking about could be the good basis for giving financial support. Is it directly to those who are buying the cars, or is it some kind of the subsidies on a VAT? As Vesna said, the study is not finalized yet. We are just here as a material for finalizing the study. Anyhow, it could be a great basis for future steps, and we are ready to go.
Good. Now, Patrick, we've heard about it is the money that you need to invest, and of course then the governments have to think really hard about it. But I know that you're part of quite some international actual projects that get also funded not by the country but by the EU, which, okay, Montenegro is still not in EU, but that time is approaching. So from your experience, this is a very valid point that you have to have in your strategy, probably to use as much of this money as possible, right?
Well, there's a lot of points actually that are coming to my mind just listening to this. Yes, we actually started with CEF, so Connecting Europe Facility funded project in 2014. We have now the 10th project with 2 companies in Slovakia, which are actually the main funder of charging infrastructure in Slovakia. So all these fast chargers were mostly funded by CEF. Actually, HEP is one of the partners in already second project. So we actually went from Poland to Croatia and to Romania, even from Romania and Czech Republic. So yes, I would definitely recommend not to look only on your own money, but on the CEF money. And as you are actually accession country, expected in 2025, as I'm not, it is not mistake, I think 25. I think on the one side you will have to adapt all the legislation, and with this legislation, this will be all the alternative fuel directive measures and all this minimum number of chargers in the garages and parking spots, etc. But on the other side, you will have your own envelope in CEF, which is a great source of money. That's one thing. The second thing, I would definitely recommend you to look firstly at the public authorities to to get funding. So like municipal cars, post office, everything else, and plus definitely look at buses, electro buses, because you need a high utilization for electric cars. They are very efficient. They actually need only like 20 to 30% of running costs compared to combustion engines. But of course, the upstart costs are higher, and you need high utilization. We actually did a little pilot and then also calculations 2 years ago, and based on that, we said that all taxis are prepared to be switched to electric. And we are actually on the way in Bratislava. Well, there's still a lot of cars not electric, but with electric cars with high utilization, and taxis are the best candidate. Then also electric car sharing in the city, where Ljubljana is actually a good example of having electric car sharing. So I would definitely look at highly utilized services for subsidies.
Okay, now before I go to Simon with a question, just a quick question for you, Domagoj. We've seen 3,000 charging stations in the projection. This probably also includes the smaller charging stations, but actually for a country like Montenegro, how much public charging stations, how much fast chargers do you need? Because we know most of the charging in the end is done at home during the night.
Yeah, I think that every outlet, there's probably some of them behind us, can be a charger, really slow charger used during the night, which I really strongly recommend doing. When it comes to number of chargers, we also have the translated EU directive into our national policy or something like that, which says that we should have around 400, not thousands, but 400. But the bigger problem than the number itself should be who and how should do it. And that's what I just mentioned. I'm not for too regulating everything. I know that the market has to do something, but at the beginning, where you are now, with all due respect, I think that it's important to create some kind of rules that will not be a new barrier for the market players, but to create rules that will make it really simpler. If you make it that way, 3,000 is totally doable, but when we talk about numbers, maybe we should talk about 5 cars per charger. Maybe that's not the right number, but let's talk it that way. So if you will have 3,000 chargers, I expect from you to have 10,000 cars really soon. So good luck.
Okay, and now to you, Simon. We've spoken a lot about subsidies, incentives. So that's basically the positive discrimination. There is also a negative discrimination that Germany is quite well known about. You know, forbidding diesels to go into cities and so on. How do you look at it? And on the other side, do you think people can actually adapt to e-mobility, or do we have to adapt e-mobility to them? Because these two things basically go hand in hand.
That's right. It's good that you mentioned this example with a forbidding of the diesel cars to drive through the cities, because it shows, it's one example that shows that we are at the moment trying to adapt the electromobility to our behavior we are used to, and I think that it's in the beginning the right way, because otherwise we will not convince the people to use electric cars. But if we look to the long-term targets we have to fulfill in order to fulfill the climate protection targets, we have to change our behavior as well, not only switch to electric cars, but also change the behavior. For example, we will see new mobility systems like car sharing, ride sharing, a little bit we see it with Uber and other companies, and that is probably the future in order to decrease the number of cars we are using, or vehicles overall.
So but that, on the other hand, if we go back, for example, to Patrick, if we decrease the number of cars, that also means negative influence on the industry that gives money to.
I was going to say that actually not to speak about incentives only because they are important, but at the end it's a budget, right? So you need to find the money somewhere. Although I'm sure that a lot of money is being spent not efficiently in the energy business. So when we speak about old fossil fuels, but A good example are also measures at the municipal level where you actually prefer electric vehicles. So like the parking. I'm not sure how difficult it is to park here in Podgorica. I noticed yesterday that you like actually cars. You like also nice cars. But you know, so parking, then bus lanes used by electric cars. Then I haven't seen any trolley buses. I mean, obviously it's much cheaper to just buy battery electric bus and not to build the trolley bus from scratch. So this doesn't have to be necessarily subsidy, but it can be either positive discrimination in terms of like municipal directive, or some local spending, which would be spent anyway, but you just think of green procurement. By the way, green procurement is also one of the regulations in the EU, which every single EU member should follow.
Simon. If I can answer directly to this, sorry that I interrupt.
Sorry.
Yeah.
How can we choose? Because they will fight between each other. that's
Well, if they start fighting for real, we just send them out and they finish outside.
No, but it shows actually that you cannot just copy-paste.
Exactly, exactly. That's why it's nice to have Simon here from Germany that has a little bit different experience than these smaller countries.
What we see in the big cities, at least in Germany, is that this parking situation is so under pressure. It's nice to have parking lots, especially for electric cars, but they are always occupied by other cars. And then you need a police controlling system. Oh, they have to do other things, the police officers, then looking for the electric cars. The same with the bus lines. They're occupied by the buses, by the bicycles, then car sharing is shouting, we want to have them too. So I think that is maybe a nice to have, but not important to ramp up.
So in the end, I mean, if we say, okay, bringing in e-mobility costs some money, but then again, on the other side, it costs some money not to bring it, as the health effects are quite big. And we can say actually that if we decide that politically, we decide that e-mobility is something that we want to do because it's good for us as a society, then every member of society has to pay a little bit part, even if he doesn't drive an electric car, and we come back to the incentives. Of course, that means a lot of work on the regulatory level, and I think you will have quite a lot of work with it, even when you decide exactly what you want to do. But is there a political will wider in Montenegro to do that?
There is a political will, and there is not only the obligation, but once when we decided to follow the EU regulations, to follow the EU policy, we decided that culturally, politically, let's say, will follow the same way. There is a political will, and there is let's say, there are some isolated examples where we are already talking about the possible projects, especially on a level of the cooperation between the ministries, the government, and the capital of Montenegro, Podgorica. There are some similar examples where we are talking about, let's say, municipalities from the coastal area where you have more interest to have the e-mobility, especially in the area where we have the protection of the cultural heritage, where we do not want to have the conventional cars. There are some cases. Anyhow, if there is no political will, we will not order the study which will show us what do we need to do. The study is not there just to have it. The study is there to give us the real answers how to continue with this political will.
Igor, you wanted to add something.
One important thing is worthwhile to mention that having electric cars is much more cheaper in exploitation in comparing the ICE cars, because when you compare the prices for the fuel is electricity, it's much cheaper. Another important thing is because the minister mentioned that the increasing of the capacity, the calculations and the data from the other countries says that we need only increasing of 20% in an electric system. Only 20%. And regarding the charging station, it should be pushed on way that some local places build a charging station out of the grid and taking a sun, because it's very important that if you are taking electric energy from the conventional system and if we have a thermal power plants in it, then the electrical are not zero emissions. This is very important. So it's very important to bring them with the energy from the renewables.
By the way, you're testing the leaf. You have this
Yes.
lab in your faculty, but your faculty of mechanical engineering, you kind of overtook your electric colleagues.
Yeah, we wanted to, yeah, because we believe that only what is changed is a machine, is an engine, and the car is a car. It still have 4 wheels and so on. But yeah, we are open for the collaboration with the other departments. So we are looking forward to start collaborate with them on this field.
Collaborate as the political parties, and everybody will have to collaborate. Now, we are getting closer to the end of the time that we have, and I'm sure that you have some questions also in the public. So with all these experts here, so if there are any questions, please feel free, go ahead. I think we'll get a microphone. I hope, or not. Yes.
Hi, Patricia Pobic, NGO Naša Akcija. Just wish to ask Minister Sekulic about the Eco Fund. The public generally knows very little about it. The NGO sector knows a little more, especially us that deal with environmental issues. It is solely based on being filled by taxes given to big polluters. So it was created in November 2018, and mainly the NGO sector thinks this is not enough, of course, to get entire Chapter 27 implemented. But also, we would like to know, is this fund, we're almost half a year and so going into the implementation of the fund, how much money is in there, are punishments or some kind of regulations been put in place, have polluters been charged in this manner where the fund has been starting to fill. So right now, nothing is known to the public on this. So I would like to know a little bit more about it and maybe inform the public a little bit more about it.
Should I?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you very much, because you open a lot of questions, but I'm maybe not the right address to give you all the answers. Because it is the responsibility of the Ministry of Sustainable Development, and unfortunately, if I could know that you will ask me this question, I would ask them about all those answers. What I can tell you is that we've been cooperating with our colleagues from the Ministry of Sustainable Development in a way what would be the eligible sectors and eligible projects which could be financed from the Eco Fund. So we were more fighting for the projects which could be financed from the Eco Fund, not so much, let's say, dealing with how will the fund will be fulfilled. So energy efficiency, e-mobility, usage of the renewables could be the projects, are the projects which are eligible to be financed from the Eco Fund. But anyhow, I will transfer the message to my colleagues from the Ministry of Sustainable Development, at least to share the latest developments and latest news, latest facts about the Eco Fund. It's shame. It is a shame, because I do not know those numbers, those facts which you are looking for, but I could transfer the message to my colleagues to make this kind of information more public and more transparent, that you know what's going on with the fund.
But as it was started only in November last year, I know in Slovenia the Eco Fund is very well accepted, finances a lot of projects, but in the beginning it took, I think, more than a year to really gather enough money to, you know, to find the projects and so on. You have a question?
We have an increasing discussion about the consumption of electricity in face of digitalization. Do you think there might be some limits if we switch into e-mobility in a very extensive measure? So both consumption might be some limits. I would like to know something about it.
I know that there has been a lot of studies about it, and most of them say no, because the ramp up of electric cars will be slow enough for the grid and for the production to follow. But maybe Domagoj, you can shed a little bit more light on it.
Not only that, the thing is that e-mobility as a part of electricity sector, a part of transport sector, a part of IT sector, if you will, is, let's say we're not supposed to think outside of the box. We have to think as there is no box, because there's so many concepts following e-mobility, from the autonomous vehicles to the battery storages that I was planning to talk about a little bit, to the decreasing of these, God forbid, those 18 euros will kill you, trust me. Yeah, that's another topic. But anyways, what we are still mentioning the most, when you have the lowest demand on the grid during the night, cars will charge. When you come, you drive like 5-10 miles, you come to your office, you plug it in, and all those cars, all those thousands of cars in the future will create a huge amount of energy on disposal to the system. So we're not supposed to just think as electric car as something that will switch normal cars. We have to think about all other concepts that follow e-mobility, and I think they're already here somewhere on the market. Maybe Patrick knows more about them, but that's the part of all our projects, and we always think about electric cars as a part of e-mobility, as something that will give some services to the whole system.
Maybe I will add on this. The short answer is no, if you want to hear, because we actually calculated this with the gradual growth of the EVs, nothing will happen. And actually, the opposite is true. First of all, the consumption is sinking. Okay, normally with energy efficiency and everything, which industry is being more efficient and houses are more efficient, bulbs are more efficient, so the consumption is decreasing. And the second thing is, e-mobility is actually an opportunity for the grid. We know it with Domagoj. We're actually running pilot project with using batteries for helping charging with the so-called load shedding, so the balancing of the grid. And these batteries, external or in the EVs, can be actually a great help for the grid. So, and this is actually truth. It's not about research and development or any future, whatever, 10 years from now. It is now being piloted. Smart charging is a great opportunity for the grid, and I'm actually, all energy experts should be looking forward to using electric vehicles for balancing of the grid.
Okay, so I think our time has slowly come up, right? So to sum it up, you have heard quite a lot of interesting opinions. You heard quite a lot of, I think, new information from the minister, from everybody. What we can see is actually that even when we come to developed countries, the countries that have a lot of electric cars, charging stations, the e-mobility is still in its infant phase. It's barely a small child. Now, you haven't started here yet in Montenegro, but I don't think you've missed the train. With the smart implementation in a way that you already started, I think it is a proper way to go forward, and I think that you can easily catch the train, especially as...
The right train.
Yeah. Especially as you are also getting closer to EU, and things should get easier and easier as you get also the access to more and more money. So, thanks to all the panelists. Thank you, everybody, for being here and hearing us. And I think the program will now go on. I don't know how, but I think our hosts will tell us what follows next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before our third panel, Fostering Innovation for Green Growth, begins, I would like to invite you for a 15-minute coffee break on the terrace, during which I also invite you to visit our side events team at the conference room, Xenia, where our partner Renault Alliance has a story to tell. Thank you.
See you back at 4:15, okay.
Innovation is the key to green growth. Business is the driver of innovation, but governments need to provide clear and stable market signals. Ladies and gentlemen, our third panel and last panel for today is titled Fostering Innovation for Green Growth. The panel moderator, Mr. Dobrivoje Lale Eric, is leading international cooperation at the Center for the Promotion of Science in Serbia. Mr. Eric, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a really great honor for me to be today with you and to join the first Green Days in Podgorica. It's a fantastic achievement for our whole region, and actually we are hoping that this is just the initial step in our further collaboration and opportunities that we are going to open. I'm also even more privileged to be able to lead such a fantastic group of people through our session. I'd like to invite and our panelists to join me on the stage and to take their respective seats. We heard today quite many different stories, mostly quite serious, many of them quite successful, but our topic and our gathering, of course, needs a prompt reaction from all of us. As we heard even during introduction talks, we don't have much time, and we have to act quickly and adequately and to react on circumstances and needs of our society. We spoke about political agenda, we spoke briefly about scientific part, we spoke about tech relations in the previous session. However, deeply inside all these processes, we could clearly identify the need to emphasize scientific values and research results and research knowledge, to share that knowledge between professionals and for being able to give tools to our citizens in order to react and in order to both adapt and mitigate to climate changes, to sustainability goals, and to everything we really have to undertake. I'm really privileged to have such a fantastic expertise and practices and experience and knowledge from people from our region, from all over the Europe, and even from a territory which is a bit on the outskirts of Europe, between Europe and Asia. I will announce our panelists today. First to me is Tatevik Koloyan from the UNDP Environment Program and Office in Yerevan, Armenia. Next to Tatevik is Professor Nebojša Nakitjenović, which is obviously from our region, but actually he is leading Institute for Applied Systems Analysis from Vienna, Austria. Next to Nebojša is your own Branka Žižić from the Ministry of Science here in Montenegro, and actually quite recently you are now leading the new Directorate for Innovation, which is obviously declaring the clear direction of your government toward innovation. And we'll start with you just in a few minutes. Next to Branka is Professor Erik Hedl, also from Vienna, Austria. You have also many hats, many backgrounds, but you are also leading European Academy of Arts and Sciences, and you're also involved to the World Academy of Arts and Sciences as well. Next to Professor Hedl is my own compatriot from Belgrade. Ivana Strahinić is a vice director of the Institute for Molecular Genetics and Genetical Engineering in Belgrade. And last but not last, but anyway, Dr. Piotr Szymanski from Poland, who is leading one of the major institutes inside Joint Research Center of the European Union, which is in charge for climate, energy, and transport. So welcome to this session. innovation, science, technology are linked by many, many ways, and they are giving us many opportunities to be able to respond to the needs, to the needs that we obviously have in front of us. How we are going to act is not depending only on science and research, but the power of knowledge and the power of sharing real, true messages and important results is critical in order to reach people who are standing behind the decision process and those who actually were today with us and who offered their support in the process. Branka, you are working in the Ministry of Science for many, many years now.
Yes.
It's not important for how long, and your country, Montenegro, since 2016 is really following its innovation agenda through the strategy which emphasized 3 priority areas, or let's say 3 elements that have to be fulfilled by 2020. In the meantime, although you are still in the accession process towards EU, Montenegro started with smart specialization strategy, something which is obligatory for EU member states, but not for those like ours and mostly in our region who are still in this process. So you know the process from inside, and can you tell us about the position of Montenegro regarding this innovation setup, innovation union, idea to join innovation ideas and possibilities with European peers and colleagues, and also how you succeed in identifying smart specialization strategy, although it's not formally accepted, yes. It is drafted and it's a process.
Thank you, Lale. First of all, I would like to greet you all, also on behalf of our minister, Dr. Sanja Damjanovic, who has been a really true leader in the past 2.5 years in our government and who speaks with a very loud voice in favor of research and innovation as new drivers of economic development of growth in our country. She was not able to join us today, but she is sending you her regards. I would also like to compliment the organizers for this really great conference and for putting green growth at the top of the public discourse and attention. As for your question, well, we have adopted this approach of the European Union, which is dedicated to defining priorities at the level of regions throughout European Union, but also accession countries which accepted this formula, this model of planning, which is called smart specialization, which assumes that every region defines its priority areas where strengths should be focused and where efforts should be joined within the country, but also throughout regions of the European Union in order to strengthen markets by research and innovation, in order to create new products, new services, where research and innovation are this crucial ingredient for reaching global competitiveness, but also to reach other goals of our sustainable development and growth based on sustainability principles. So that we entered this process in 2017, and we have adopted the methodology developed by the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. And we have received great support from the JRC in the whole process with their expertise, with the methodological guidelines. And therefore, we have carried out all these steps, the quantitative analysis of the economic potential, the quantitative analysis of the scientific potential. But then, what was the first time what we did in our country was this bottom-up consultation process, the entrepreneurial discovery process. And I can say that at that moment, actually, where sustainability popped up to
to the topics, the priority domains in our specialization.
So those were
strategy.
reactions by your stakeholders who were involved in the consultation process.
So this quantitative analysis was based more on the previously strong fields areas, but from the public consultations, the sustainability came up as the key ingredient in the energy sector, in the agricultural sector, in the tourism sector, which are those three vertical priorities, plus ICT as horizontal priority, so that we see that our people, our businesses, and our citizens are seeing it as the one thing by which Montenegro should be recognized and presented at the wider scale.
Yeah, so they are asking for sustainable agriculture, sustainable tourism, and
energy and sustainable environment.
Renewable energies.
Yes. So in that respect, we think that our smart specialization strategy is fully in line with also the sustainable development goals of the United Nations and the green growth concept. And we are now finding the right way how to really manage the whole process in the implementation phase. After the strategy will be adopted soon, we expect by the end of this month, so that we enter then the implementation phase and the whole new setting of the organization of funding of research and innovation and coordination of different ministries and line authorities, local communities, municipalities. It's going to be a really intensive process, mainly on this common understanding of this agenda and on joining the forces and funding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this initial introduction. We'll continue later on. So we're starting with this local context of Montenegro, but we are now going, if I may say, Europe-wide or at least EU-wide. Mr. Szymanski, you are inside Joint Research Center, which is a sort of research backbone of European Commission, and you are providing really crucial insights, information. You're providing decision makers with ideas, with results, with things that would help them in the decision-making process. Regarding innovation and green growth, so potentials for economical flourishing and well-being, what's the position of Joint Research Center, especially in the area of energy, transport, and climate?
Thanks very much, Hvala. Many thanks to the organizers for giving me the chance to be here and participate in this fascinating conference. Regarding the role of the Joint Research Center, we are Science and Knowledge Management Service of the Commission. This means that we try to provide our political masters the best advice possible, taking into account all available knowledge. If I may address some of the opportunities and challenges which we've discussed earlier this morning, we heard already in the morning that it's very important to have a comprehensive policy framework, and this we've got in the European Union. And we heard in the afternoon that it's very important to have the facilitation of implementation, and this also is present in the Union. Now, the main question is, as we also heard today, to make sure that the transition is good for the citizens, that citizens will not slip back to the poverty, as mentioned in the morning. And here is a good message. It's what our economic analysis shows, and others, that the energy and carbon transition is possible while ensuring robust economic growth. But there are three aspects which have to be tackled. This is the industry, to make that sure that it's future-proof and will benefit from increasing green technologies market. These are citizens. And I was so happy to hear how actively the citizens of Montenegro participated in the consultation of smart specialization, because we have to make sure that nobody is left behind and the voices of citizens are heard. Last but not least is the international partnership. If we look into the industry, the global markets for climate-friendly businesses and technologies have already reached close to 1 trillion euros annually. And the European battery market alone is projected to be worth 250 billion by 2025. So the ongoing transformation of your energy sector has led to a growth in jobs in future-oriented sectors such as renewables, energy efficiency. Already today, the European renewable sector supports 1.4 million jobs, direct and indirect. The successful transformation of the European energy sector in line with the 2030 energy and climate objectives can therefore contribute to the job creation or conversion. But here the key is research and innovation. This has to boost the competitiveness of the industry. And European Union as a whole is the second largest public investor in R&D of clean energy technologies in the world. So it's not only industries, as we heard in the introduction of the panel, but also the public spending represents the important element also to leverage the private investment. Nevertheless, the European innovation system is still fragmented, and we need more integration between research and industry. And this is done through various tools, such as SET-Plan, ETIPS, etc.
Yeah. Could you also, all those data are generally quite affirmative, but you are probably facing some challenges as well, and obstacles in the process.
One of the challenges is still bringing closer together academia, industry, and member states authorities. We've got SET-Plan, which operates successfully since more than 10 years. Nevertheless, we still see the space for strengthening the cooperation between these three sectors. Another challenge is we depend in the new technologies, in the renewables, in the batteries, we depend on the specific materials. And these are quite rare materials, in some cases concentrated in, not only in one region, concentrated in one country. And to deal with that, we have to deal with that to avoid the situation in which we'll change the dependence on fossil fuels into the dependence on raw materials. And this brings the whole new spectrum of approaches like circular economy, making sustainable batteries, making sure from the construction point of view that they are already ready to be dismantled, materials are ready to be recycled. Now, we just see the highest wind farm in the background, and this is another testing bed of new technologies in the extreme conditions. There is another challenge is getting the citizen support, because we face three challenges, or three dangers to get the citizen support. This is income level, skill level, and the focus on regions, because now the energy poverty has become the political priority. Energy efficiency may be part of the solution because more efficient, less energy consumed, smaller energy bills. But we have to be careful to make sure that we don't put people to poverty. The necessary skills has to evolve. That's the question of education system and adaptation to the needs of the market. We already see now problems gaps in skills like wind and photovoltaic. There are also regions which are particularly affected, and the Commission launched the initiative on coal regions in transition to help regions depending either on coal mining or using coal for energy production to develop the ways to find work for people and find new life for decarbonized society. And there are existing instruments to be used. We are trying to help regions to find the best use of such financing or other instruments.
Okay. Excuse me. I will stop you now. We'll continue in a few minutes with your second part. You mentioned education potential and needs, And now, from Europe-wide perspective, let's go to our borders, to Armenia, to hear about what kind of challenges and obstacles, or maybe even opportunities you are facing, and how you are struggling in reaching your policymakers. You are working for the UNDP in the capital, in Yerevan.
Thank you, Lele. And taking the opportunity, I would also like to greet everyone, the conference participants, and thank for invitation. And also, I'm very pleased to be here. From the country perspective, Armenia, just to summarize, innovation and IT have always been very high on the political agenda. And the sector is recognized as a priority area, including for the new government, when we had a shift to a new government system in last year. So the sector is a priority for the public policy makers, and there is innovation strategy being developed or updated currently, because with the new government we have an update of all different sectoral strategies, the government program and priorities. But I would like just to echo on what Mr. Szymanski said, that really whatever we have at the public policy level, led by the Minister of Economy, because innovation was under them, and now we just recently, last week, we had a new government structure approved. We have a high-tech industry ministry now, and they will also have a focus on innovation. And of course, the Minister of Education is also leading the research part of the innovation. So this is very fragmented, again, from the perspective of policy making, where you would at least wish to have more comprehensive, approach or comprehensive roadmap towards where you are going. From the UNDP Armenia perspective, since 2011, we have had this innovation portfolio, and we've been actively trying to work with the citizens, doing citizen centered design, trying to find development solutions together with the citizens. And currently with our SDG Innovation Lab, since 2 years now, we are working very closely with public policy makers in Armenia, with the government, trying to, experimenting with them like new innovative ways of public policy making. But very much, the focus is on to have evidence-based policy making, and through innovative methods such as different behavioral experiments in the selected priority areas, and also different interesting data analytics, like scraping data, analyzing, and giving it, for them as an evidence for policymakers. So
what's their reaction? Are you successful in this process? How you
I would say mostly yes, because especially with this new government, just honestly to commend them on their readiness to experiment with new approaches, and also to cooperate very actively with international actors, including the UN and UNDP. The SDG Innovation Lab, which was a very successful model, is co-owned by the UN and the government. So the Prime Minister's office is like the co-chair of the lab, which is a UNDP or UN product. And this is a very, win-win situation when you try to experiment with innovative ways of public policy making, knowing that the takeover from the government is already there. On the other side, they know that in any priority area that they would like us to help, they have an experimentation lab, which maybe within the government they don't have the resources or the freedom to experiment and to fail, so-called. But we can, for example, help them in this. We can try different experiments. Some of them may work, some of them may fail, but at least they will fail quickly before they become a policy.
And you will explain that later on.
I will, yeah.
A bit deeper.
Yes.
Okay, maybe we could expect Green Days next year in Yerevan.
That would be fantastic, because
your office here in Montenegro really got fantastic support from the government of Montenegro. That's really excellent achievement.
That would be amazing. And just sorry not to take long, but to comment on the education side, if we're talking about green growth or environment, we have with this project, which is ending soon, it's called Environmental Education, but this was targeting public policymakers. And it was not about the school curricula or university, but it was about to make environmental education modules that would explain all the conventions that Armenia as a country has ratified, is a party to, and how these conventions are translated into action plans. And when a decision maker in the government in different fields has to make a decision every day, basically, on public policy, they have in mind, they have this knowledge of all the environmental consequences and the conventions that are out there. So this is a very positive and optimistic scenario, of course. Now we are in the process of the trainings, but hopefully this will have also some positive impact on the environmental knowledge within the public policy.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. You're coming from also transitive region, turbulent like ours probably, but somehow it seems that Europe for the last 10 years, Professor Hedl is trying to bring us all together and to open its programs for those countries who are still outside EU in different phases or just as friendly countries. You've been involved in many activities regarding Horizon 2020 setup and its relation with grand challenges and the whole agenda for 2020. Now we are in the process for slowly concluding the results and achievements and failures as well. So how you see this also transitive moment between two horizons, or could we now somehow evaluate the real success of Horizon 2020? Does it reach some goals at least?
Yeah, the presentations until now looks very optimistic. Yeah. So I am not so much convinced that all these ambitious programs at the European Union and different, in your country, for example, they are really progressing quickly and going into a green growth. So we have to think back a bit until the financial crisis, and from 2010 we have Europe 2020, and as the subsystem Horizon 2020. And as Europe 2020 was not successful, we have low growth, high unemployment, poverty and richness, the division of income is very strong. So our hope is mainly Horizon 2020 and not the policy of Europe 2020. So what concerns Horizon 2020, I feel, as already has been mentioned, it is a very well-conceived innovation program. But it is not implemented to the extent which is needed. So the Horizon 2020 consists of 3 pillars. The first one is industrial global competitiveness. The second is scientific competitivity. Those are more or less reached, but the grand challenges, as you mentioned, they are quite strongly lacking. This derives partly from the fact that we have only, also in Horizon 2020, 3% of humanity and social sciences. Everything else is technological progress. So this is a very important thing in the next decade, to integrate much more humanities and social sciences. This would come closer to the population and will also at the same time go into a green growth, which means, green growth means not very high growth rates, but employment creating growth. So what we need is a resource saving growth, and instead of natural resources, we have to put in human capital, employment. Okay. And this is the main strategy of Europe and Europe 2020 as a program, but more detailed in Horizon 2020. And from the blockade which exists actually, and therefore I'm not so much optimistic about the implementation, is that the implementation is blocked in many areas. We know much more about green projects and green policy than we implement them. It is not the lack of knowledge of technological and social solutions, but it's the implementation.
Lack of implementation.
And for being not too long, I say just 2 words. The first one is the European program, which is really a progress that the framework programs before, should be mainly anchored regionally in clusters, innovation clusters. We speak also of ecotops, ecotops of innovation, and this is immediately linked to regional areas, to different kind of branches, and this should be pushed in the European Union. There exist already many not ecologically oriented, but technologically oriented innovation ecotops. And the other one is, which has been also mentioned in the session before, is education. And education not only to learn also in the primary school what the environment is, but also managers for implementation of solutions technologically, socio-ecologically, and social innovations. They manage, and there is the main axis, universities and private industry. University of different forms, and private, not so much public intervention, but certainly also, but mainly private industry, small and medium-sized firms. This is the axis where the development now, the green growth can be successful.
Thank you. Thank you for this introduction and initial round. We'll continue. Also from Vienna, Nebrisha, but I think you are very well aware of the regional context, of European context, and then, of course, global context as well. You've been involved in all IPCC reports so far, so you know actually how things are going behind the curtain and how we are going regarding the implementation of recommendations of reports. Do we have to be positive, optimistic, or not so much optimistic, unfortunately?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. But first, let me just say I'm really delighted to be back in Montenegro. I spent most of my youth here, so it's always wonderful to be back. But before I come to your question, I know we have only about 4 minutes, but I would also like to connect to this discussion. So let me make 2 points. I think science, technology, and innovation are the source of human progress. But the paradox is that they're also source of our problems, and this is where climate comes into place. The other thing I would like to make that is not appreciated enough, science, technology, and innovation are just about the only area of human activity where you actually are not resource intensive. In some sense, they are virtual, they're renewable. It depends on us. It's a cumulative knowledge that matters. So from that point of view, I think one can be optimistic. But from another point of view, it's easy to be pessimistic because we are on a wrong development path. I think this is our tragedy and the challenge. We are on the wrong development path. So let me just quickly, in a minute or two, address the question of climate that was discussed in the first session this morning. So if one thinks back, the origin of our civilizations are about 10,000 years old. That period in climate was called the Holocene. It was exceedingly, Mother Earth was exceedingly kind to humanity. We could settle down and develop agriculture because the climate was quite stable. And now, since the Industrial Revolution, the last 2 centuries, but in particular the last 50 years, we have experienced explosive acceleration. And this has resulted in the interference in the Earth systems, in particular in climate. So our problem today is we are emitting about 40 billion tons of carbon dioxide, 40 billion tons. It's one of the largest material flows of humanity, 40 billion tons. You just think about that. And growing at over 2% per year. That's a historical rate for the last 2 centuries. So this is really concerning. And if you have heard in the first session, the IPCC, over the last 45 years, science has improved a lot. There is no doubt about it. But the basic knowledge is still there. I would even argue that it goes back to Arrhenius 120 years ago. We know that these emissions are changing the Earth system, in particular climate, but also acidity of the ocean and so on. So what do we need to do? We published a paper 2 years ago in Science that we called it Carbon Law. To achieve stabilization according to the Paris Agreement at 2 degrees and if possible down to 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial levels. And we have already achieved over 1 degree, so it's less than half to go. In our paper, we said we need a carbon law, meaning every 10 years the emissions have to be halved. So just think in context of Montenegro what that would mean, because it's a global goal. So we are emitting 40 billion today, 20 billion 2030, 10 billion 2040, close to 0 2050. One just has to try to internalize what that means, think about the previous session on mobility. But the good news is that we do have progress in these 45 years. And I think IPCC, in its 1.5 degree special report that was just published last year, concludes that, at least from the technological point of view, it is still to be done. The question is institutional challenges. This is why I go back to Branka. We need smart specialization. We need Horizon 2020. We need all of those activities. But let me just conclude by making one point. And that is, technologies have become much cheaper. Wind is usually the cheapest option today to produce electricity, but of course you need the grid and so on. Photovoltaic costs have gone down by a factor of 100 in the last decade. So we are making progress. The trouble, I think, is the institutional setup, and I would like to conclude very similarly to Erich. You know, my view is that what we are missing is a holistic, integrative agenda. We are fragmented. All of these things need to be integrated. And let me just observe that Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 that were also approved by all of the world nations in 2015, I think provide that integrative agenda. I would even go so far to say they are the social contract. And now we talk a lot about what governments need to do, what the private sector need to do, but we also have to do it ourselves. It has to be bottom up. I mean, and so I think we need this integrative agenda, but I'll stop here. I've exhausted my time, and maybe in the second round.
We'll continue about SDGs and your involvement there. Many thanks for your insight. And now we are, from this general holistic approach, going deeply into labs to see one research which truly resulted in something practically implemented or in a process of implementation and application. So your institute even developed a new kind of probiotic.
Would you like to explain?
Yes,
like
yes,
case?
yes, yes. It will be in a form of a case study.
Yeah.
So please.
Okay. First of all, thank you for the kind invitation. As you heard, my name is Ivana Strahinić. I'm Deputy Director of the Institute of Molecular Genetics, Genetic Engineering. And I will show you today how we realized 1 hour technology transfer in our institute from the early beginning to the end. I must say a few words about our institute just to take a sense about us. Please. Oh, okay. Established 33 years ago as part of one big affiliated center of biotechnology and bioengineering in Trieste. 120 employees, among them 105 are researchers. We are a governmental institution, basically oriented toward fundamental research in the area of molecular genetics, biomedicine, biotechnology, and the tools we use to achieve our goals are molecular genetic and recombinant DNA technology. It's enough because we...
Okay.
Sorry.
Some technical issues? Sorry.
Probably some technical problem.
Okay, we're now back. No.
No. Maybe I can continue.
This one.
Okay. Basically, we are split in 3 departments. We have department for human molecular genetics, plant molecular genetics, and molecular genetics of microbiology. And all this group, all people, researchers, working on gene cloning, regulation of gene expression, sequencing of whole genomes and correlations between genotype and phenotype. That's our really main activity, and the second one, very important for us, is education. About 10% of our senior researchers, full research professors, work in the educational program, on our university. And the third activity we had up to 2010 is services. Through Sector for Laboratory Examination, we provide a really specific accredited genetic testing for the patient. And for some of them, we are really, really unique. We know that we are good in science, in basic science, fundamental research. But after 30 years, in one moment, somehow, you know that you are reach a plateau on some way. And we're thinking about that, how to keep our excellencies in fundamental research and how to provide money for that by ourselves. And our idea, our mission was through innovations. To achieve, to start to work that, we, okay, maybe here I can explain. We established Sector for Technology Transfer, assembled 12 researchers inspired to work in that direction, encouraged researchers to apply their results through technology transfer and start. In the same time, through Sector for Technology Transfer, very important thing here is we start to make connections with the private sector, with the industry. And here I put just a few examples how we made actions, and one of our action result in full technology transfer of 1 hour product. The story is about probiotic, and I put this slide just to show you how many steps you must take into consideration if you think about technology transfer of some technological things. The way is really long-lasting. It is uncertain, but it's worth it. All our story started with searching. After 30 years of collection, identification, analyzing, characterization, genetic and biochemical, we collect over the 10,000 strains of, concretely here, lactic acid bacteria. It's our story for today. And after that, we're searching a new bacteria with different purposes. The goal from this study was to find a strain with excellent probiotic features. The next step is discovery. Discovery means in our case, a hard-working job in the lab, and after maybe 2 or 3 years, we select the best strains that could be used as probiotic. Especially these strains, we want to use these strains as alternative to antibiotics in treatment of intestinal infections. And when we found that, we start to, we start with producing 2 different types of products. One was for humans, lyophilized powder, and the other was for animals, it's fermented liquid products. In the same time, we start to discuss and connect with one Swiss company who was interested to commercialize our product. And in the same time, one inventor also opened spin-out company, InventLab, and start to think about commercialization of liquid products. When you have that situation, yes, you pass through patenting. We patented the application on national, international level, and after that, start production. Also in production of two different types of products. It means powder, you can put in capsule for human consumption, and from the other side, fermented dairy products for animals. In this moment, after 10 years, for example, where we are now, the first sale of fermented products is on the market, and the current status of lyophilized powder is they produce formulation, and I expect for example, 6 months we will have a probiotic in the market.
Okay. Thank you. Congratulations. Rest a bit before starting with you second round of questions. Obviously, research process is quite long, quite demanding, expensive, and several units inside your institute passed and contribute to this achievement. So does it somehow help to improve overall activity of your institute? Did you try to act in other projects as well regarding application of science, regarding results?
This was the first example, and when we succeeded, we were suspicious at the beginning, thinking about that, okay, we have one, maybe two innovations, and the researchers will not be inspired to work in that direction. But amazingly, the results became very visible in the last, for example, 3 years. We finished the second patent application, and up to now, I think we have between 15 and 20 different inventions. I can say innovation because it's not finished, but good inventions. And I'm glad to say that at the beginning, we have maybe, let's say, 10 people thinking about innovation. Today, the number of, per each lab, maybe we have a half of people.
How many people is working at your institute altogether?
We are 105 researchers.
So majority is now
majority is, maybe
towards.
It's not 100%. We have people, we have a hardcore fundamental researchers, don't want to think about innovation, but probably 50% of people 50%. Now.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Professor Hedl, we heard about very long and complex process. So how is it possible that make research more integrative with the whole economic sphere? In your research work, in your papers, you emphasize the social role of policymakers and the social element inside, especially this green growth, circular economy. But how to achieve that when, for instance, one applicable research needs dozens of years to come to its conclusion?
Yeah, I think that research and innovation, invention, innovation, education, and research, which is a bundle, has to be seen much more from bottom up. we are thinking, for example, the national or the European programs, researchers are quite often looking where they can get money for realizing their projects. Then they are very much occupied with the subject they have chosen, and which is financed outside, partly from private firms and so on. And they do not look so much what the population wants and what the implications are, the secondary effects, which are partly positive, partly negative, but the negative effects are partly suppressed. They are not discussed. So what is needed, if you get money for research and for your innovation, you have to ask the population what it wants. And this is a discussion process. You have to institutionalize an interaction between those who are concerned after the innovation is accomplished, already during the process of research and pilot projects and things like this. So this needs at the same time an educated population. Mm-hmm. So you have to look also if people who are speaking about the implementation of something, if they are able. They can say, I like this not. They have to have some arguments. So it is very important for innovation, and innovation is growing all over the society and technology. We need an educated population in different ages, but mainly in the Middle Ages, they are mostly concerned and they can articulate them. We have now an example for the climate change, the young lady from Sweden.
Greta Thunberg.
But that this is not the typical case, you know. We cannot count on her.
Yeah, you're right.
We have to have a broad education and information, what the implications are. 20 years or 30 years ago, we have the technology assessment discussion. This is still very important, to have an idea what the implications of a certain innovation or change is. And for this reason, I think dialogue with the population, but also educating the population.
Mm-hmm. And going back to innovation, through Horizon 2020, the new project was piloting called the European Innovation Council. And now there are announcements that European Innovation Council would become a separate new institution who should support this process.
Yeah, maybe it depends. You can have a certain basic or disruptive innovation, and you can create an institution or a quasi-institution, but you may also try to have informal discussions, because any institutionalization is a rigidity. It's a bureaucracy and things like this. So it has to be in an open discussion, mainly open discussion, and this is more difficult to organize it, but in disruptive innovation, I think it is worth the expenses for it. Just one example, digitalization. We should not underestimate what comes to the society if we are not regulating in time digitalization.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And you mentioned several really major issues, but somehow the process is really long-lasting. It's quite demanding. And going back to Nebojša with SDGs were set like 4, 5, 6 years ago, and already some limits passed, but majority of them should be reached, fulfilled in 2030. Inside your institute, you are also leading a think tank or internal group, World in 2050. So you are trying to foresee things in decades from now. So that process is also very complex.
Yeah, the reason why we call the initiative the World in 2050 rather than the World in 2030 is that the world will not stop in 2030. And as you said, even if you are lucky, we will not achieve all of the SDGs. But, you know, I think that the major challenge, as I said before, is that we are leaving Holocene, we are entering an era in the Earth's history that can be called Anthropocene, as you know, because we are transcendent planetary boundaries, and at the same time, we are leaving many people behind. I mean, we know that in Montenegro, it's a huge problem of unemployment and poverty. Worldwide, it's even a bigger problem. We have about, 1 billion people who have no electricity at all, 1 billion people who are going hungry every evening, and this is why the SDGs are so important, in my view. This is why we produced a report with 60 authors around the world. It's called The World in 2050. If you're interested, you can download it from www.twi2050.org. This year, the major conclusion, just to be brief, of this report is, so if you take the 17 SDGs, they have 169 targets. Immensely complicated. The relationships with it, among the targets are even, I think, for people who work with that every day, just very, very difficult. So we concluded that there are 6 transformations in the world that are necessary to achieve good life for everybody in the long run and SDGs in the shorter run. And they are, what we already discussed, education, health, that's one of them. Without going into the details, next one is the circular economy, so sustainable consumption and production. We discussed that here. That is the whole idea, in my view, of green development. Then we have decarbonization and energy. That's a Herculean problem in itself. Then we have food, water, and land use. Smart cities, or cities in mobility in general, because more than half of the people already live in the cities. And the last one is connecting to you, digitalization. And I think that digitalization is perhaps one of the major challenges we have, both in the positive and in the negative sense. So we are working right now in the report that we'll present next month at the high-level political forum in UN on the SDGs and in September as well. And so let me just conclude by saying, digitalization could be an opportunity of really achieving sustainable future for all, saving the planet and improving, and making sure that people who are excluded actually find the connection. So that's quite possible if you think about, additive manufacturing or 3D manufacturing, deep learning, artificial intelligence, robotics. All of those technologies, when they combine, can produce huge amount of economic development. I wouldn't say growth. Hopefully it will be not just growth, but fundamental development. At the same time, the digital divide is, I think, one of the biggest dangers, because not everybody has access, not everybody has a smartphone. And what concerns us in this report is very much the question, can it be socially steered? That comes to your question of participation of the society. Are we even able to understand where we are going? And even if we do we know how to steer the process? So it's not kind of autonomous evolution, a little bit like bacteria you studied that we have absolutely no control of. And so this is our challenge, and the new report is about that. And that brings, again, I think, to the forefront the issue that we need an integrative agenda. We cannot ignore some of those technological developments in the world that can bring benefit to all of us, but can also endanger us.
Yes, it's dangerous, but it's allowing this holistic approach. It's bringing people and regions and different content.
I think this is why we need a holistic approach, is to try to understand, and we try to reduce the complexity by saying there are 6 transformations rather than having to look at the 169 targets that have lots of conflicts and problems. So I think synergies is the key issue, whether it's smart specialization or whether it is Horizon 2020 program. We need to achieve synergies to be on a sustainable development pathway.
Okay, thank you, Nebojša, for that. I think our whole session is going between some general stories, large global stories, and then some very interesting, inspirational, individual approaches. And now going back to Tatevik and Armenia, I would invite you to actually show us the case of something, for me at least, extremely inspirational and rare for our context. Unfortunately, not yet. We can't, we still don't have it in our local setting, but let's hear how Armenia is fostering innovative growth.
Yes, thank you, Lale. Just one quick comment. My presentation is not
New
uploaded.
presentation?
If it can be there, I will start. Otherwise, I can just talk about it.
No, let's make it illustrative.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, so, sorry. So, thank you very much once again for the attention. I'm really pleased and privileged to be able also to present one of our innovative initiatives, which is the Climate Change Technology Accelerator. And just with connection to the talks, very much, fully agree that yes, for the SDGs, which are a framework for where the world is going to development, we need really holistic approach, and we need so-called the system approach. So understanding the interconnectivity and the complexity of all the development goals and the even more number of the indicators, there is no way that only one actor, be it the development agencies or the academia and science, that can achieve the goals without every single actor playing their own role and everyone coming together to provide a comprehensive approach. So in the next few minutes, I will give just one example of how at UNDP Armenia, we have tried to provide and find new solutions for the development goals by harnessing the potential of the technology, the tech sector. Because without equalizing innovation with technology, we still have to agree that the technology is developing really very rapidly. And it's actually shaping our reality and somehow shaping also our future. So it has a potential, or a promise of a better future, but we, like as a development agency or in general, we have to ask ourselves, how are we actually utilizing this huge potential of the tech development to try to make it, useful and work for the SDGs or for the development goals, or at least for a better future, for a greater value. So the Climate Change Technology Accelerator is a way that we at UNDP Armenia office, through our Impact Aim platform, started piloting last year. Actually, almost a year ago, it was launched in June 2018. And the Impact Aim Accelerator serves as a platform which runs thematic accelerator programs, and it tries to bring the tech potential to work for the development goals. So how it actually works, just very briefly. In our case, in the climate change technology, so we have identified through our ongoing projects and programs several issues and problems related to climate change, specifically in forestry sector or in agriculture. And we would like to try and use the potential of the tech sector, which in Armenia is really booming, let's say, because it's growing at 20% of annual rate. It's a fantastic potential and opportunity, which it's like the elephant in the room. You cannot go ahead doing development or innovation without them anymore. So the platform is for that. In the current setting, in climate change, we identify together with our experts and with the public policymakers in the field what are the most pressing challenges that need to be solved. And then we announce the call for tech solutions, call for applications from the tech sector to see what are the technological solutions out there that could be actually useful if we support them as well. So after that, when they come to our accelerator, we already work with them to develop these solutions from both sides, from the technological side, the tech side, from the development side, and also from business side, which is very important, and I would like to highlight this. Because initially, as I said, in 2011, we started doing a lot of social innovation work in UNDP Armenia and in the country. There were a lot of new solutions, interesting, coming from the citizens, from the public or private sector, but we never thought about having a business model behind them or the importance of having. So now when you look at it, only if they have a business model, a sustainable model that the ventures themselves can become self-sustainable, only in that case you have a guarantee that with or without you, but they can provide a very workable, good solution, in our case a tech solution, which will work and be able to scale globally because they will have a business model behind. So let me just, So the acceleration stages of the ventures that are accepted to our accelerator program, it's roughly 20 weeks, like a course or a program, where the ventures are learning or getting to know more about like the tracks are the business track. They learn to either build or refine their business model. Because some ventures come already with a ready model. They are more mature, but some of them have just this idea, like a group of youngsters. They have this cool idea. They have some tech knowledge, but they have no clue how it can work or what it can become. So the business track is really try to help them build a sustainable business model. The tech track is to help them from the technological side, to support them more, to be it a blockchain technology or a software or AI, to help them develop this even further. And most importantly, which I really love being a development person, is the impact track. When we introduce the notion of impact within the tech sector or the private sector, and we tell them that, look, you can have a business model which can work and earn money for you, but what is very important and what can maximize your impact, your value, is if you have an impact. So we help them to build their impact model from the very beginning. And this has been a very learning process for us as UNDP as well, as now we're looking into the impact model of our own projects that we're doing. So we try to define from the early stages, if the solution that they suggest works, the tech solution, what will be the impact, how we can calculate, measure, and manage the impact, and most importantly for our, let's say, if it's a country setting, how we can liaise this impact to the SDGs, how we can show that the positive impact, for example, on environment is actually feeding the certain nationalized SDG indicator in our country. So how is it connected to the bigger, public value? And after the tracks, they also, in addition, they have mentorships because a very interesting story again here. Last year, as I said, we started, working on this type of projects, and it's very interesting. It's not a clash, but it's a lot of disruption, a positive disruption, let's say. When you ask the development sector, like workers and also our experts, we go and meet with the tech sector, and the tech sector, they have mostly no clue about the SDGs. They don't know about the development goals, climate change. Yeah, they've heard something, but they really do not, it's not their field. Same like for us, that we have no clue about what blockchain is and if it can be ever applicable to any of our projects. So there is a lot of this sensitizing issue and trying to understand each other, to find a common language, constantly feeling out of the comfort zone when you try to work with them. A funny story happened when we were talking about development, and one of the tech sector CEOs told us, what are you developing? Because development for tech sector means producing a product, So this, process was very interesting, and we tried to address this through different so-called thinkathons and hackathon events. So when you bring these two sectors to sensitize, to talk a lot before you announce the call for applications. Just to address, I had this comment yesterday when I was describing the CCTA, saying that, okay, but there is a good tech sector, but they don't provide solutions. Exactly, that's why a lot of work has to be done to sensitize them and us as well. So the mentorship also is complementary, that our experts, or we find experts to work with them throughout the acceleration program. So they, if they provide a solution for forestry sector, let's say illegal logging, they know more and more about this from that aspect, from the expertise. And very important that how we support our ventures. At the end of the acceleration program, only those who are successful graduates, we take them to different international big roadshow events. Like some of you might have attended or heard, this is the Web Summit, for example, in Lisbon, which is the biggest tech conference. This is the RISE conference in Hong Kong, or the Social Good Summit in Geneva. These are big conferences where not only tech ventures come, but also in recently more and more, the notion of impact and doing impact investment or environmental, social, and governance component is becoming more and more important. So we help these guys, these young impact ventures, we take them to there, and they have these 3 or 4 or 2 days at their own already with a business model, impact model, etc. And they pitch all the time to the different investors, and it's in their hands now to take their solution to the market. So when we announce the calls, it's just a general to note, when we announce the calls, it's always a global call. And I would be happy the next time we announce the call if we have even solutions like applications from Montenegro or from Serbia, Croatia, or from the region in general. And the notion that we're looking at, we're not limiting any solution to the country context. So it cannot be something that will work only in Armenia or only in Montenegro. It needs to be something that actually provides a solution for a development challenge that can be scaled globally. So this is very also important for us. And just to some concrete examples, so as I said, the first accelerator was launched exactly a year ago, and it was focusing on forestry and agriculture. And we had 8 ventures graduating from the accelerator. One of them is from the US, one is from France, and the other the 6 are from Armenia. Just an example of like what type of technology we are supporting. So for example, Dataton that you see there, the solution was aiming to effectively manage forest fires or to fight forest fires. And what they suggested, they have developed an AI-based, artificial intelligence-based software that can predict and project the forest fire behavior. So when there is a fire, with the data that they input into their software, into their system, they get a projection of the speed, the coverage, and the direction of the forest fire to spread. And this is very important, especially in mountainous forest zones where you have mountains, it's already hard, zone to access the fire. So what the type of data they insert is like climate, humidity, the wind, the vegetation, the type of the trees. So they have all this inventory they input in the system. And this project, for example, has already been kind of adopted by our program that they want to develop this further, and by the National Party as well. Another one, for example, is Forestberg. They were trying to tackle the issue of illegal forest logging, and they have developed from scratch sensors. I mean, maybe there are many sensors across the globe, but what is the value that they have developed a new one from scratch? And the sensor is, they're installed in the forests near the trees with a certain coverage area. So they can, the sensor sends signal immediately to the forest monitoring centers near the forests when they catch the signal of different, equipment that cuts the trees. So it can differentiate. We have further developed this, that the sensor already also collects information about the forest humidity, climatic conditions, and others. So it's become a real-time data collection from the forest area where the sensors are installed. So just an example of the type of ventures. I know time is short, just very briefly. Now, currently, our Climate Tech second accelerator is launched, which is targeting sustainable urban development. And just the different, issues that each city today faces, like water pollution, air pollution, etc. Some of the ventures are already selected, and we're working on them, but I will just skip this part quickly. And throughout this, 1.5 years now that we have the Impact M platform, we have 4 accelerators already run in climate change, 2 in general, like one called general, and also women empowerment. And just next month, or this month already in June, we are launching the government tech, GovTech accelerator, and we're also launching the agrotech just tomorrow. I will miss it, but it's agricultural technology accelerator, trying to work in the same way to find, new solutions. If you give me 1 minute. No? Okay.
No, sorry.
Thank you.
But thank you. It was really
yeah,
exceptional.
If any more questions, I will be here for the second day as well. You're most welcome to ask, or you can write to the email. Thank you.
I think obviously that all of us should somehow accelerate ourselves, our society. And now coming to the last 2 questions for Piotr and Branka that I was keeping for the very end because of their roles in significant formal system and close to policy decision makers. Piotr, inside the Joint Research Center, of course, there are different organizations, different systems, but you are in the core of the European agenda regarding research and innovation. Our region is still on EU borders. We are not inside. How, and could we somehow increase our visibility inside EU and Europe-wide society? For instance, in Belgrade, we are organizing Science Meets Parliament for the first time, which is like JRC agenda, and we can see the presence of your colleagues around the conference, which is very recommendable, of course. We are now, we heard this fantastic example for Armenia. Obviously, we need some new inputs, some fresh ideas. Could the JRC provide some larger platform in this process.
This is already happening because it's not only about new ideas. We work very closely with associated countries, with Western Balkans, on various practical issues touching directly citizens. It's energy security, be it gas, be it electricity. I even should start with the Covenant of Mayors. The deputy mayor this morning mentioned participation of Podgorica, but there are 4 other cities in Montenegro part of the Covenant of Mayors. If we touch on exchange of ideas and exchanging experiences, another aspect of our work is, for example, air quality. And this is not only measuring the air quality, where Joint Research Center plays a legal role within the European system, but it also, we call it Sherpa, it's a platform for exchanges of experiences. So we've got tools to pick up a city and say, PM 2.5 comes from that areas, these parts of economy, it's transport, or it's a low emission, and this can directly help the city rulers in developing the appropriate measures, and also to use the experience of others who tried in other measures and they learned that they don't work. The whole modeling work in that aspect. You mentioned Science Meets Parliament, and I know I can say that JRC is more than happy to participate in such events in the region, because it is very modest from your side saying, oh, learning. No, it's no longer that way. It's a both-way street. There's plenty of brilliant ideas around. And we also can learn from it. And it comes to our role of knowledge management, because in our analysis and our support to the policymakers, we would like to profit from all brains, independently inside or outside EU, and you've got really excellent brains and people in the region, and also outside the region, and we are more than happy to contribute and also profit from this brain capital.
Thank you. But do you have any specific recommendations for our region from your JRC perspective?
There are no such a general strategy which will work everywhere. If we talk about investments, clearly legal certainty, transparency of investment process helps. Having the common vision, which is agreed but across all the board, across all the stakeholders, and also takes into account the strengths and weaknesses of the regions. And here it's excellent example is the smart specialization. We heard it already this morning that one has to approach issues in a holistic way, on a general approach and also in particular policies, because we know that remediation of one problem can cause problems in another areas, and this needs to be addressed using, the experience already gathered by others. Last but not least, this is again innovation, research strategies, and various ways. We just heard about one, how to move from the brilliant idea, and already you mentioned it earlier, into the application with people who have no experience how to do it, and even no interest, even know how to do it. So I think this conference also contributes into spreading various ideas which then can be implemented in various parts of the region, in various aspects of economy and the human capital, human sector, humanities.
Thanks.
As mentioned.
Thanks for that. I agree completely. The organizers really did a tremendous job to bring so many diversities and different approaches. And in that context, since we were starting with you, Branka, and you are somehow invited to conclude this session, we've been working together for years now, and inside many Horizon projects. It's strange that we need Horizon projects from Brussels to help us to work on the level of Southeast Europe. And in the past, we had the focus on responsible research and innovation as a policy behind Horizon, but now I think we are all moving towards SDGs as maybe more important and more relevant common denominator across the globe. And we are still working in the Ring and Terrifica projects, which is targeting actually climate changes in total or some elements. But from the perspective of your new role in the ministry, how you can see that we could foster this regional collaboration, how we could be more integrated part of the Europe at the end?
Well, I think that the European Union integration context and the Horizon 2020 program really, I think you will agree with me, made us learn a lot about this totally new approach of how science and innovation can contribute to positive changes in the society, in the businesses, and create new business models, new products and services, while also we need to take care about this global direction in which everything is going on. But it was really, I think, something new for us in the ministry by participating in these projects to learn about responsible research and innovation. And it helped us to really conceive new policies and innovation policies which take care of this multi-stakeholder approach so that we really try to, through our calls for proposals for research and innovation projects, to make research and innovation teams relate to local problems, to local situations, to hear the practitioners, what are their needs, although there is a lot of problems and challenges in that respect, because there are institutions which are not so prone to flexibility and to quick adaptation, like universities and even schools, but schools are maybe even more flexible than universities, I would say, because there is this, professors and their subjects and their topics of research and so on. And it's how to be really more open to hear. And I think that from that week we heard about great examples how we need to bring together different actors who then need to think together, understand each other, and then work on joint problems. And I really like this issue of impact, learning people what is real impact. We also talked about impact of research, because it's usually measured by money invested and by publications produced, but how to really measure the true impact on societies, it's really still a challenge at the global scale, and we need to work on it as well. So we are trying in our ministry, our innovation policies are new. The strategy was brought only in 2016, just the first round where we just opened possibilities for funding of innovation projects. And we are now in the smart specialization process, and we are learning a lot. We create different programs. I like this example of public policy labs, because it is a way of experimenting with different policy approaches. I mean, sometimes policymakers are not allowed to make any mistakes, like you need to do everything right and to produce the right results, but it's not working like that.
We need also to educate them, to help them in the process. I know that you are also behind that, and that you're advocating this educational process, like a lifelong learning process, like something which is never stopping.
Yes.
We should always adapt ourselves in this context.
Yes, we are trying to really be open and to really talk to people, and we also are trying now, for example, we are working on new law on innovation, and we are going towards the participative method of developing it, like to use also the online platforms for e-participation of citizens, where we want to really hear in which direction businesses would like to have a new law, and also to use their knowledge, because there are a lot of people in Montenegro now who gained educational experience abroad and who are coming back, or somebody from diaspora who are relating to Montenegro and so on. So we really need to admit that we don't know everything, of course, and there are other people who know much better, but really to gather this knowledge and to make it the most effective. So we are trying to also be innovative in this policy-making domain, and I hope that we all together can, also with the support of the European Commission and other partners internationally, that we can make a significant leap. And this conference is also a great chance to exchange experience, but also to think about this right institutional setting. For example, in our country, we still don't have an institution that's dedicated to researching sustainable development and to providing this scientific evidence of what is going on. So in that respect, I believe that also building the institution like Center for Sustainable Development, which is now still being incubated in the UNDP, but we really see the reason for it becoming a relevant institution at the national level, because of all this coordination is very, very cumbersome and requiring job, and we need to have institutions dedicated to it.
So we have to innovate ourselves, basically. Our mindsets, yes. our
Transform ourselves in some manner, yeah.
I think all our countries accepted SDGs, but some general conclusion would be that implementation is lacking, and at some point is unfortunately stopping. So the knowledge is there, the values are there, well recognized, the expertise in the region across the globe, and the will for collaboration and for exchanging knowledge, but unfortunately some steps still have to be somehow connected better and gaps. So we are almost on time, but we would allow also maybe one or two questions if there is someone in the last row, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Vladimir Chetkovic, and I come from UDG. I would like to ask, how can companies reduce the gap between the scientific institutions and workplaces?
And?
Workplaces. Working places.
Workplaces. Well, relations between workplaces and research process institutions who could support this?
Well, if I understood the question, you're asking how can companies access the researchers and use the knowledge existing to develop something. Is it right? Okay. Yes. Well, obviously, your question indicates that it is not existing and that there is still this gap. And we heard that also it exists in Europe, in other countries. This gap is kind of the way it used to be for many, many decades. And it's not easy, but we are trying to increase visibility of different things that are going on at faculties, institutes, like publications and even videos. So it's very important to have this public visibility and campaigns. And we organize different events also for gathering different stakeholders that can talk together. Although it's not easy because for academics, the business side of the story is not so important, and they don't think in that way. So, but it is about finding the right people that can understand each other and talk together and then work together. We have some funding for such projects in our ministry, and you can always apply with such ideas on such funding, because this is the point of such programs.
Thank you. Yeah. Anyone else, maybe? One more final question to let people go and rest a bit after a very long day. Okay, so I really want to thank you all for your time, for your presence, for your knowledge, for willingness to share your perspectives. I think at least I learned a lot and had some new ideas, but obviously we need to act promptly. We need to act actually yesterday. It's a minute that already passed, and we don't have much time. We need to innovate ourselves, to introduce new approaches, new methodologies. Knowledge is there, the willingness is there, the green growth is also there. It's very positive results, but we need somehow to adjust our mindset to something else. I want to thank also organizers for this opportunity, and also to thank our internal session coordinator, Vladan, for bringing us here and for helping us to achieve this session. So Thank you very much. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you. I would like to thank you all for joining us today. We continue tomorrow, 9:30. Thank you.